Chapter 251. Since Yuki's growth is obvious to all, he has changed a little bit of his previous views. He is no longer a child. This change is inevitable, but he doesn't really care what others think of him. Even if he doesn't care, he feels that something is changing after all. The hand-raising post has already reached his side, and he pays more attention to his praise. Do you remember that the last praise was a long time ago? Zambia still had weight last time. He took it seriously and knew that his brother was very satisfied with him. To protect everyone's safety, they are bound to win, and they must know that this kind of thing is really happening, and there is no way to change it. This war is a test for us. Just now, in the moment of life and death, I instantly understood that everyone's safety is the most important thing and nothing else is important. So what we have to do now is to escape here. Everyone has to flee to a safe place. Don't make peace with me anymore. You have to keep everyone safe. Nothing else is important. Understand? Brother, I don't understand why I can't join you in the war. My growth is obvious to all. Everyone thinks that I have the ability to change everything. Why can't I help you? Seeing you fight with them on the battlefield alone, in my heart it's very sad. I don't think I'm a child anymore. I have the ability to bear all this with you. Please don't drive me away. Since I am your brother, you must not drive me away. Brother, I beg you, don't drive me away no matter what. The dry hand shook his head. He is a child, and many things still don't understand. The battlefield is the place where adults grow up, not the environment of a child. It is too cruel for a child. He doesn't want him to understand at such a young age what is the most important moment in life and death. In fact, the most important thing is to know how to cherish in life, isn't it? And it's up to him to deal with all this, not as a child. He feels a little distressed, painful and uncomfortable when he thinks of this. He knows he has to tell him all these and many things he can't mix. And if you can't mix it, don't mix it. Listen to me, you are my brother, and I will not harm you. All this is for your own good. If you don't even care about these, you will suffer in the future. This is the battlefield, not our chat and drink tea place. He can kill you in an instant, and can even accept your life. Will your short life end here? Why can't you listen to what your brother said? Brother is for your own good. Don't you know? You came to the battlefield to share the burden for your brother, but invisibly made your brother more worried about your safety. As long as you leave and hide them safely, you can directly hand it over to your brother. My brother can use his spare energy to fight and fight. They won't get a bit of harm under their hands. Do you believe my brother? Stop here. The words of the dry hand made Yuzi feel terribly uncomfortable in his heart, desperately holding back his tears to prevent it from falling out, but the pain was intolerable. He knew that the battlefield was always a place to fight, and there was no woman. But no matter what, if he is allowed to stay here, he is unwilling, but the pain starts from the fingertips. He feels pain in his muscles and bones, and his head starts to hurt. He looks at his brother as if he is the last time. Knowing his brother, I put myself here to protect everyone. I don't know why he can't just watch this fact happen. Even if it's only out of selfishness, he doesn't want to watch his brother fight for them. But for whom? Isn't it for them? He has never really panicked about one thing in his entire life, nor has he ever cherished one thing. Really knowing how to cherish starts from this moment, and true maturity starts from this moment. He is not a bad boy, but the maturity of many things begins in an instant. He understands this kind of thing very well, but what he understands in an instant is often a memory. Like a place where war is struggling and merciless, that kind of pain is spreading, blood flowing into rivers, and every family is crying, their pain, their sorrow. Who wants to feel it for them, is willing to bear it for them? No one wants to feel it for them. These ones. Their pain has arisen from the beginning, and it will spread endlessly, until the moment they leave their lives completely. 2.4 And such pain is not affordable for everyone. The sorrow of each family has left traces in their lives, allowing them to flow endlessly until the last moment of their lives, and at the last moment of their lives, what they understand is that the boundless beginning to flow out, always to the ends of the world. Until they were reluctant to face the facts since then. But the facts are the facts after all. He has already happened, and no one can change the facts. Chapter 252. He patted Yuki on the shoulder and turned and rushed to the battlefield. He couldn't stay here for more than a minute. It's a luxury to stay here. He doesn't have the possibility of such a luxury. There is no such extravagant right and freedom. What he has is to use the residual heat on the battlefield. Kill one invader after another, let them accept their greed here, accept their greed, and let them get a certain punishment here. Paying for everything they do, and I have the right to do such things, and the ability to accept all of them, but no one tells myself what the consequences of doing this are. I might sacrifice myself on this battlefield. Leave your life in these 24. The remaining heat did not show up, but sacrificed all of my own. These are not what I would like to see, because there are still many people waiting for me. Their enthusiastic eyes and longing hearts are everything I can never ignore, which I miss. Local. That is something that I cannot change, but the more I cannot change it, the more I can remind him of how terrible these things are, and he cannot change it until the last moment of his life. All this will bring him so great. What a great worry about the troubles. He understands that the pain has already formed at this moment, and he is even willing to believe that the change that this pain brings to him in an instant will be an endless change, and it will also be a change that cannot sleep through the night. He knows what is behind the pain, and he even understands what is behind the pain. Those pains are telling himself how precious and important life is. What is waiting for him is always the endless greed and greed. He must overcome all this. In order to truly defeat yourself fundamentally. Ganzuzuma was back on the battlefield. Now that they were determined to be safe, Yuki was willing to listen to his own words and ensure their safety. After confirming that they were all safe, Ganzuzuma felt that he could join the battlefield without hesitation. Give full play to the waste heat and leave a trace of your strength on this land. Fighting for the last freedom, for the last moment, but the soil on the opposite side of the battle couldn't believe it. Looking at it, the hand-raying post returned to the battlefield again. He pressed the knot with both hands and looked at the hand-raying post coldly. I am going to end the life of this arrogant boy in the next moment, so that he understands the truth that there are people outside of the world and mountains outside of mountains. He underestimated himself from the beginning. This makes it unbearable to carry soil, so people who carry soil cannot bear it. Believe it looks so reasonable at this moment. Boy, you really have the guts. I really don't know who gave your guts. If you return to the battlefield again, aren't you afraid of death? All the young and old behind you depend on you for freedom and life. It's so sad. Don't you have no one here? Everything is waiting for you to fight for. I really looked at you very highly. I thought you were a different person from them, but it seemed that it was nothing more than that. So I returned. On the battlefield, I really can't figure out that you are also an elm head. It seems that you are looking for death. Lao Tzu naturally has the mind of adult beauty, and it will definitely fulfill you. Later, don't blame Lao Tzu for being rude to your subordinates. This is what you asked for. He laughed and angered each other with words. This is really stupid. As expected, the soldiers are not tired of deceit. But this kind of trick is too small for oneself. Fighting for this war is your mission. It also made him understand that if he wanted to invade Konoha village, he was not qualified. There are many people in this world who want to invade this village, but whether they have the qualifications or not, it takes real trials and tests to get results. Not just you can surrender these people with one mouth. And it is even more impossible to surrender yourself. Don't quietly sneer in the leader's eyes. Feeling full of irony, this stinky boy actually looked down on himself. He gritted his teeth and wanted to swallow his bones and flesh into his stomach to relieve his hatred. But this is clearly wishful thinking. He wanted to hold 540 to live with the other party is already an extravagant hope, not to mention what he really wanted to do to the other party. The hand-handed post saw all this in his eyes. He sneered. It's really ridiculous. You can surrender everything by just touching your mouth and touching it. Why don't you do it if you have this ability? Just like you, Your character and character are all inferior, even if you are free. What can I do with my physical ability? In my eyes, it's just talking with ducks. I'll tell you that someone will settle accounts with you for everything you do, and I'll give you a fortune today. Don't think we will do it just like you, uneasy with your turmoil. All of this will eventually end. I will make you pay for it. Violating Konoha will be the stupidest thing in your life. You will repent for it, and you will live in guilt and even live all your life in sorrow, die. Wait to accept this trick. Wait for the punishment of fate to come. Accept the trick. Chapter 253. All of the things in the Chizujima fell into the eyes of the leader, which was obviously arrogant and ignorant of life and death. He sneered. What happened to the current stinky boys? One by one with a mouth. Never been able to do with him. New bywords are as awesome as behavior. So in his eyes he dismissed it. He pressed the shortcut with both hands and quickly turned out a move, which is bound to kill the dry hands Yuma in one fell swoop. Senzuzuma looked calmly in his eyes, but just stared coldly at his changes. A dragon was flying in the air, spewing out a column of water, trying to annihilate itself. Before this behavior, Senzuzuma would feel terrible. Such a thing is a mythical beast that he can't turn out. But at this moment, it seems to be nothing more than a joke. He spit out a water dragon. At most it is only in the water column, one kind. What he saw was more powerful than his. Senzuzuma took the opportunity to spout a fire from his body, and the fire spread along his body and began to surround his arms. Instead, he drew a dry knife and rushed toward the water ball. After going out, water and fire have always been incompatible with fire and water. They are two big enemies. Once they meet, either you die or I die. Senzuzuma coldly watched the fire that he turned out to spread towards him, and watched the water he turned out to pounce toward him. It was bound to kill himself in one fell swoop. The two attacked each at the beginning, and they were bound to kill each other in one fell swoop. Senzuzuma looked coldly in his eyes, ready to attack again. At this moment, there was a sneer in midair. After receiving it, the water group crawled back. Arrogant boy, you really think that there is no one here? You can do whatever you want. This is my place. What do you think you can do? God has eyes. And finally let me meet someone like you. I need to let you know what is the most powerful in this world. And you are just a synonym for stupidity. I am bound to win this village. You and them will die. No one can stay alive. I tell you, starting from today, you will completely disappear in this world. There are arrogant boys everywhere, but I have never encountered someone as arrogant as you before. You give me a step away. The person who spoke was Xipha's stammering old man. He was wearing some red robes and looked extremely enchanting. He looked at his dress up between the hands of the hand. In addition to feeling strange, he felt uncomfortable. Such a ghostly spirit. The things that make people feel disgusting, where does it come from? But watching him not put himself in his eyes, really embarrassed himself, so he sneered. You invaded my village. Invaded our land, and there is a face that we invaded this place of yours, when it was yours. And when did you take your name? If I am not mistaken, I just want to know whether you are a human or a ghost. But you probably won't tell me the truth if you look like this. It doesn't matter. Since you don't want to tell me, I don't want to know. Let's not as good as the two. What do you think? Ha ha ha. No one has ever dared to bargain with the old man. It is also the first Toei match. It's really interesting. What kind of consensual do you want to come? Is it possible that you want to tell Lao Tzu that you want to kill yourself or leave without fighting? No matter which I am, I find it interesting. You madman, talk about what you want to see. Senzuzuma felt that not only did this person look ugly and dressed extremely strangely, he also spoke very ugly and unacceptable, but despite this, he really didn't put the other person in his eyes. With such a ghostly appearance, even if he wants to live out a personal appearance, he would not look at it, so he sneered and didn't want to worry about him, even if he really didn't want to worry about it, and the other party did not intend to let it go. He, Kien Zhao's Eugene, knew that this old thing appeared again today. indicating that the world has really changed. It also explains the situation. The fighting situation outside is more complicated. They come with a particularly large number of people, and there are all kinds of forces, but no matter which kind, they are bound to fight for freedom today, and they are bound to fight for everything. Absolutely will not let go of one of them. I came here to end this promise, and I would never let them do evil here. What they want to do. This is something that I don't want to see, and I must never see it. Thinking of Senju-Juan's indifferent attitude here angered the other party. This is clearly despising herself, not putting herself in the eyes, and Senju's mind. It's also very clear that I just didn't look down on you, so what can you do with me? Come here. This is Lao Tzu's territory. Killing you is just a matter of effort. For Lao Tzu, there are many people with cross brows and cold eyebrows, and few of them are kind-hearted people. Foreign invaders like you deserve to die, and I won't let you go easily. Chapter 254. I'm going to kill you. The two people didn't talk too much, so they just said it, and hit the ground in a dark place. There were signs that water and fire could not flow into a river. Ganzuzuma didn't know that the battle situation outside of him was much more serious than he had imagined. They were fighting everywhere in groups. They desperately chopped down the opponent with their weapons, and even put the opponent to death. The war is far more fierce than imagined, and more cruel. On the battlefield, either you die or I live. Pin your head to your belt, and beat the sky at a speed of 180 per hour, but the hands are very clear in my heart. At this moment, he spared no effort to fight, but he could only draw a tie. The fighting power of this old thing is much stronger than his own. Although he was young and promising, he was nothing compared to this experienced old man, but he was still fighting with him while dealing with him, just trying to distract him and find a flaw in it. But Ganzuzuma underestimated his own ability. Although he felt very strenuous, the old thing didn't feel as pleasant as 603. When he was fighting, he clearly felt that the continuous fighting power of Ganzuzuma was stronger than himself. I couldn't help but sigh. Whether he is older or the opponent is young and promising, it won't take long for him to be defeated. Although it seems that he has the upper hand, in fact, he has already taken the upper hand, holding on so strongly, but because he feels that it is a shame to lose now, the old face does not know where to put it. Because if he really loses and spreads it out again, this old face really can't let go. He suddenly regrets it. He just underestimated the young man and almost made himself suffer a big loss. Now it seems that he is wise. I didn't push the other party in a hurry at the beginning, and hit myself to death. If I was anxious by myself at the beginning, I wanted to kill myself, and then it would be even more ugly to die CGBH. But Jitu, who was standing next to him, did not participate in the war, because he felt weak at the moment and wanted to help, but he was powerless and could only stand on the side in a hurry. Seeing that my side seems to be really going to win, but in my heart it is clear that I have not gained the upper hand. I will see the result later, and it won't be too long. So I'm secretly anxious, wishing to rush up to the post. Hurt. I said, you are really good. Although you are older, you have a lot of strength. No wonder you are so arrogant and contented when you come up. You really have two brushes, but I think, you will be sure later will suffer. Why don't you just admit defeat to me now, and I will let you go? What do you think? This person, it's actually a very difficult thing to live. So why do you have to do this in order to compete for length? You copy my ability, I copy your ability, copy and copy, but just want to change the world. Is it so difficult to maintain peace? People like you have to mess up in it. It's our days for us to live well, but you have to treat us like this. But you have to blame us. It's really no good people to live. I really don't think about it. How did people like you live to the present? Are you considered old and indisputable? This passage can make the old guy very angry, and make the monkey angry. The purpose of the hand-raising post is nothing more than to make the other person angry. As long as the other person is angry, he wants to gain the upper hand. It's easy to beat the opponent. But although the other party was so angry that his beard was curled up and down, this guy didn't neglect it. The points were unambiguous, and Gansu Zildjian secretly gave a thumbs up to the other party. It was good, although he was old. He was not confused at all. This war was unequivocal, and there were even two brushes. Fortunately, I didn't underestimate the enemy just now. I knew at a glance that this guy had some strength. Now I seem to be wise. But I also know that if you continue to fight like this, it will not be good for you. Let's not say that I will not lose. I will say that this power and this time, I have already prevailed, and I have to end everything. In this case, you have to continue to talk nonsense and distract the other party's attention. If the other party has not been successfully attracted by yourself just now, it can only show that what you have said is not enough to attract him. In that case, you have to do everything possible to make the other person angry. Thinking of doing it here, he laughed. This laugh made the other person laugh. Fuck. This guy laughed so fuckingly. The Gansu Zildjian winked at him indifferently. But the kung fu in his hands was not negligent, and it still made the tiger mad, and the two water columns swept away at the opponent, and they were bound to knock the opponent down. And the tricks of the old thing are by no means ambiguous. The various tricks used in his hands turned into dry blades, and they attacked in all directions between the dry hand pillars, which is bound to pierce the dry hand pillars into a blood cave to wake up. Gansu Zildjian sneered in his heart, naturally knowing that the other party was vicious, but even if he knew it, he would only care about it in his heart. Later, he would not lose in his hands. I didn't have any time to spare. You have to know that winning or losing is only in a moment. Chapter 255. The dry hand post almost mobilized all the chakras in his body. After a fierce water gun instantly blocked his only way, the outflow of water slowly covered his whole body, which is really amazing. Incredible. The old man felt very shocked, seeing that the divine beastie turned out to be crushed by him, but still lying there indifferently. He sighed inexplicably. Watergate took his son and his wife to a far place, turned around and stared at the dark clouds that were pressing from a distance. He glanced at it and was surprised, and quickly decided to use Flying Thunder God to transfer them one by one later. Can't let them stay here. He turned around and saw that the young man who had just helped him could actually use such a powerful water escape, pushing the other party deeply into several angles. He originally had some guesses in his heart. This time there will be some loss, but seeing the moment of transfer, he thought of an idea. So he swiftly came to the side of the hand-raying column, and he gently patted the hand-raying column, which was weak due to excessive consumption of chakra, and felt a little distressed inexplicably. Are you okay now? If you still have the ability, can you help me finally get rid of this thing? If he stays here, it will only bring us more disaster, or don't want to risk such a big threat. Hope you can help me. Don't worry about this. I believe I can help you one last time, but it must be fast. But you can wait for me for a few minutes here. The four generations nodded in relief. He left his mark on Sanju Zuma's body, and the dry hand Zuma smiled far away. He smiled very boldly and instantly understood the meaning of the four generations. Turning around left a trace of self on the four generations. Seeing the traces left on his hand, Kaienzu Zuma nodded solemnly, and also nodded Watergate. They flashed and came to Waishui. Staring at Waishui for a glance, they controlled their speed, hoping to withstand the final blow at the last moment, and then a purple light appeared. The monster disappeared instantly with the Watergate, and disappeared without a trace, as if never been here. Three generations watched Watergate, and even took away the things they had turned out. They quickly wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads and shouted loudly, adding strength to everyone and strengthening their defense skills. He knew that although this trick couldn't resist the sacred beast just now, it was fine to control it in the shortest time. If he continued to move forward, it would be very harmful to him. Gansu Zildjian suddenly opened his eyes at this moment, and his face already had a black light, which was a bit like a facial makeup, but the color was relatively light, and he instantly entered the fairy mode. However, he couldn't help but smile, coldly. He used all the strength of his body to come to the Watergate instantly. Watergate stared at the hand-raying pillars and looked surprised. but there was not too much time between the hand-raying pillars to talk nonsense to him. It is really not ideal to enter the fairy mode at different times. Pressing the knot with both hands between the dry hand pillars moved all the energy in the body, including the first chakra. Suddenly, a wave of water that was more courageous than before appeared around them, quickly blocking their power. Abruptly, they completely changed the direction of their attack, and they smashed the Konoha forest in the distance. With a loud bang, this sticky beast was finally completely destroyed by them. Dispose of. Seeking flowers. Zero looking at the forest that has half disappeared in the distance, and quickly receding backwards. The dry hands shook his head helplessly, indicating that I will be fully awakened in the future, and maybe I can cultivate myself to achieve this level of skill. Watergate gratefully stared at the dry hand pillars and nodded his head for good, and then used Feleshin to quickly return to the previous place. The dry hand pillars quickly retreated from the ancestor mode. The last chakra in his body can't hold it for long, but he can rely on the chakra in his body to launch Thunder God to take him where he wants to go. However, at this moment, the nine tails in the eyes of the two people, after quickly activating the diamond chain, those people who were extremely hot were also falling aside and entering a dormant state. At this moment, Dry Hands Eugene was completely stunned by the side in front of him. What the hell was this? I'm already going to die and live, and after so long? Is it impossible to change the historical trend here? Is this really the case? Why doesn't I have such energy? Is it because I am too weak and not qualified? Is it true that I have to watch all tragedies repeat itself in front of me, but I can't change it? If this is the case, then how sad I am, and what I have done all this. Thinking of this, there is an inexplicable sadness between the hands of the hand, and I feel a pain in my heart constantly burning. He feels as if he is powerless, unable to change this fact. That is, powerlessness is powerless in his life. 10. Chapter 256. Just between the dry hand posts, I began to feel sad, and began to sigh about life. At the moment when I felt that life was impermanent, Watergate suddenly appeared, came to his wife's side, hugged his wife, and looked very gentle. In the end, all the plot began to change to the original direction, ruthlessly piercing the Watergate and his long-awaited result, and he cried and screamed crazily between the dry hands. He couldn't believe this reality. He can't accept this reality. Why is it so? Why he has done so much and so hard work, and none of this has changed. What is it for? Is it possible that you want to tell me this world August 1st I cannot change the zero boundary? Is this really the case? After the dry hand post cried and shouted, he felt unimaginable in his head, but he was dizzy. He threw himself to the ground and fainted completely. Ms. Human stared at the place where the hand-raid column had fallen for a moment. He quickly turned around and hugged his wife and said softly that he might be a ninja. The wife smiled helplessly, trying hard to look back at her husband, but she couldn't look back at her husband. This feeling made her feel sad. Watergate gently slumped on his wife's ear and laughed. The voice is very gentle. Our child will be called Naruto Uzumaki in the future, okay? We will give him the surname Uzumaki. Our life is over, but we still have hope. We choose to believe that the birth of the child brings us hope. He must be all our sustenance in the future, the sustenance between you and me, and the hope between us. But we will not live for too long, or we may pass away and leave the child here. He will feel sad and feel sorrow, but I don't regret it, so I have the ability to keep the child, and you also have the ability to raise the child, right? What Watergate said made his wife stunned for a while. In the blink of an eye, she seemed to understand something suddenly, but she just smiled. You are right. We must choose to believe in children. Only rural children can choose to be born again in this world. Our life is over, but the life of the child cannot be ended. So we must think for the sake of the child, and that who once helped a good person who has passed us will be rewarded. The wife said while staring at the back of the fainted dry hand column. She glanced at it for a few times and her eyes were worried. Watergate looked into the distance and sighed. Take a breath. Now that their lives cannot be guaranteed, Their fate has begun to change. How can they manage the ninja who appeared to fight for them? This is a hero, but even if it is really a hero, it is nothing more than this ending. A good person will naturally be rewarded, and I believe this person will be rewarded. Outside the enchantment, the three generations were stunned when they watched the seal technique used by the ghoul to perform a seal technique. Next, he could see that all of Watergate's eyes were filled with regret. Why did I follow other people's suggestions but didn't follow them? Let them evacuate civilians and get the greatest safety guarantee. But at this moment, no one can see where they are all gone. And at this moment the three generations completely understood their conspiracy, Danzo's conspiracy. Even if they really understood it at this moment, it was too late, and Yuki stared desperately at everything that happened inside. He couldn't believe that all of this happened again. Sangua wrote the wheel stubbornly, staring at everything that had been dismantled in the distance, and he didn't understand why he had fought for so long without a ninja from his family. But whenever a ninja from the Yuki family appears here, things may not be as bad as it is now. Yuki can't figure out why all this happened now. Even if he wants to break his head, he can't figure it out. It is because of Konoha's power struggle and the conspiracy design between them, Danzo's murder with a knife. All these are everything that happened under their side, and these are the inevitable results. They are the conspirators of this battle and this tragedy. They are also sacrifices behind this tragedy. By the moment Watergate started the ghoul ban, he heard his wife's gentle words. Although he couldn't understand what his wife was saying, he also froze for a moment and quickly understood what his wife meant. That's right, only at this time, other people may keep the rights of a child. They will not go to Uzumaki Naruto's idea, and they will not want to change one person to one point to another's idea. This kind of war will last a long time. It doesn't benefit much. They were not stupid, they naturally knew the stakes. After a long time staring at the distance, his eyes again revealed great despair. Watergate stared at the still unconscious hand poster who was lying on the side. Originally wanted to press half of the female in his body into his body, but I never imagined that the Untitled chakra had just touched the opponent's body. But he saw chakra swarming out of his body instantly and hit all the chakras at once. Carrot, leave them to pieces. This has to make them very surprised. Unexpected. Chapter 257. Seeing that they had been completely sealed for a long time, the three generations took the lead in evacuating everyone. They left their symptoms and quickly came to Watergate. Watching them cuddling with each other, Watergate and his wife were holding Naruto Uzumaki. Seeing the three generations suddenly came to Watergate and smiled very brightly. He didn't care about what happened in front of him. What he cared about was how long the child could live. 3 generations of adults ask you to take good care of Uzumaki Naruto. My wife and I may no longer be with him. We have to leave here to find our world. Such a world is cruel. But we don't care. You must remember that his name is nothing else. His name is Naruto Uzumaki. The child in this life is our expectation. We cannot give him up, and hope you don't give up him. After Watergate finished talking, he and his wife glanced at each other, but quietly closed their eyes, and the other side of the dry hand column had completely entered Akuma. But his good fortune system kept ringing in his mind. Tell him over and over again that it found deliberate targeting of the host, and the malicious system will forcibly transfer all the marks and traces in the host's body. 9. Just after saying that, under everyone's attention, Danzang just arrived at the moment. Dry hands, the figure between the pillars completely disappeared in front of everyone without a trace. Danzo stared at the Ganzuzuma in astonishment and suddenly disappeared in front of him. He couldn't believe it. But when he looked at Sarutobi Hirachi, he was obviously scared. This time, anyway. He cut Sarutobi-san into a pit. Sarutobi-san stared at the group funeral and looked at his comfort, snorted coldly, picked up the innocent baby who didn't know anything, and greeted Anbu to deal with Mizuman and his wife's affairs and saw the dry hand post. A place to disappear. Maybe Danzo rushed over to this young man who suddenly disappeared. But who is that person? Is it possible that he was at the root of the team? Impossible. This conjecture is not true. Yuki looked at everything in front of him as a foregone conclusion, and the battle was over, but his cousin did not come and even disappeared. This discovery made Yuzi even panic. It's impossible for my cousin to be trampled to death by them during the war. It's impossible. Thinking of this, Yuki got up quickly, and ran towards the distance under Sarutobi's suspicious eyes. The group funeral stared at Yuki, who had left in the distance. He suddenly came to Sarutobi-Hizen. He was about to speak to Sarutobi-Hizen. In fact, the other party had already spoken first and interrupted what he was about to say. Frizan had nothing to say with him. Listen to me. I will successfully bring back all 3 generations. I once again warn you not to hit this kid with any idea. He is the hope of the future and the future of Konoha village. But it is definitely not your fire will inheritor. You must understand these things. You shouldn't have them. Don't covet them. Do it yourself. I won't deal with you now. It doesn't mean that I won't deal with you in the future. You are responsible for all this. If you continue to do so, then don't blame me for being rude to you. Just finished saying this, Yuan Fiery quickly left with Uzumaki Naruto. Danzo sneered and stood up, leaning on the crutches and staring at the place that was in ruins in the distance. After looking around for a few times, the whole person was in a very decadent state. He sighed and turned and left here. It's really boring. This war is boring. And it's not good to say that this place has already been made a mess by myself, full of rubbish and ruins. But despite this, this is not what I want to see. In any case, as long as I am willing, these things are my own every minute. I am too impatient to accept all of this, so I made this place so bad and so embarrassed. However, all of a sudden everything disappeared in an instant, as if it had never appeared before, and the shadow-flying body between the dry hand posts disappeared without a trace in an instant, as if it had never been in this world. Scallion was holding a small purple bowl in his hand. I heard that the dry hand column suddenly disappeared. The bowl fell uncontrollably and fell to pieces on the ground. She watched her eyes have disappeared. Everything seemed to have never been in the world. Good kings, and even the hand-raying pillars seemed to have disappeared out of thin air, and did not exist in this world. She felt inexplicably sad. Her nose wrinkled slightly, and tears burst into her eyes suddenly. Impossible, absolutely impossible. I believe he is fine. He just disappeared temporarily. It's not right. He doesn't disappear temporarily. He still has a lot of things to deal with, so we have to keep it here. He not appearing temporarily does not mean that he will not appear in the future. Don't talk nonsense. I don't believe what you say, and I don't believe what others say. In my eyes, he won't appear anything. Impossible. All you talk nonsense. Chapter 258. Xiaoyu and Xiamen are definitely not so cheating. They realized that something might have happened between the hand-raying poles. They felt the intensity of the green onions crying, and they were afraid of all this. So Xiaoyu and Xiamen believe that other people's explanations are purely deceiving themselves, and they are deceiving themselves. However, if this deception is removed, nothing can be done. There must be something wrong with the eldest brother. I haven't come back, and there is no other explanation except for the accident. At this moment, Yuki, who had just finished handling the battlefield, also came here, seeing the crying Leek, and the other children, seeing that there was nothing wrong with Leek, and felt relieved. It's great, everyone is safe and sound this time, but the hand-raying column, where did the hand-raying column go? Only the hand-raying column did not come back. Yuki turned around and went to the place where the hand-raying column had lived. Watching everything here ceases to exist and becomes a ruin. Yuzi suddenly remembered something like 547. He walked in frantically, looking through boxes and cabinets inside, not knowing why. He didn't have any hope in his heart. He thought maybe his brother really turned into it at this moment. A dark cloud disappeared without a trace, but when he completely pulled the person out of the ruins, he burst into tears. The bastard was buried under such useless ruins, and he was lying well. It's like my brother's usual style. Brother, why do you always do this and have to scare your brother? Suddenly he saw a photo. frowned and picked it up again. It was taken by a person sitting at home and chatting in the handwriting column. When he was okay, he took it with a camera. After reading the impact in Yuki's photos over and over again, after staring at the unconscious dry hand post, he suddenly stretched out his hand and slapped the other person on the head. "Why are you lying to me? Why don't you tell me? You are hiding even such important things from me, right? Why? Why is the writing wheel that I have but not the ability to see through your true body? Isn't all of this the avatar technique that I think? It's a secretary who can make yourself multiple times in an instant, and even grow from a child to an adult. You didn't tell me all of this. You are really bad enough. If I had not discovered such a secret today, I might never know if it was. Brother, you shouldn't treat me like that. Could you hide something from your brother? For you, my brother is an outsider. Is it really hateful for you? I will never ignore you anymore. Even if you don't get angry with me, I will be angry with you." Although Yuzi was full of resentment, he still lifted the dry hand pillar from the ruins and took him out of here, including all the photos. The war has completely ended, and Konoha village is busy with the funerals of the 4 generations, as well as the previous memorials. They have some yearning for the previous life because once it is over, a new life will begin. This may not be so important for them, but it is very important for the handwriting post. Xiaoyu and Xiamen were taken back. They sat at home dumbfounded, as if they were idiots, watching their daughter stay there motionless. As a father, he was very distressed and even his eyes became red inexplicably. "And everything that I really like has changed. Everything has changed, and my image will never be the same again." At this moment, the eyes of the 2 people fell on a photo in the hands of Green Onion. The photo was tightly attached to the daughter and never left. The very curious thing is that the person in this photo has seen it by himself, that is, the father of the person who participated in the war that night was surprised, and asked loudly why there was such a photograph. "Do you know the person in this photo?" When he heard his father questioning him, Lee Kong knew that he must have misunderstood, or that his father had also seen this person. She hurriedly raised her head and said to her father that it was this person, that this person had saved herself, and his father was taken aback. "What do you know about this person and you? Why I never knew, and you never told me. You shouldn't keep this from me. Tell me the truth. Do you really know the person in this photo?" "Over. You said he saved you. Did you tell me about the incident?" "I have also seen him. He participated in the war, but disappeared inexplicably on the battlefield. No trace has been found until now." "So this is exactly what I want to ask you. You looked so lonely just now. Is it because this person is not because of your hands?" Xiaoyu and Xiamen, who were next to him, saw that Scallion was stammering and speechless, and felt sorry for Scallion, so they told their father that this person was Sister Scallion's boyfriend, and Scallion immediately lowered their heads with shame. But her gaze still stayed on her father, and she didn't change her mind. She wanted to know what his father thought. Chapter 259. The father lowered his head thoughtfully, and touched his head to himself and said something like that. In fact, he also knew what was going on. He looked at his daughter and other children and knew that they were looking forward to telling this experience. The father did not want to go against the wishes of his daughters, so he slowly told what he had encountered that night. The night when the 9 tails attacked was very dark, and there was no moon. He thought he might have died like this, and the monster was so close to him, less than 30 centimeters, or so close at hand. And at this moment, it was the man who appeared in the photo. That man appeared, and he used very powerful ninjutsu to completely rescue himself. It was because of that person that he could appear alive, otherwise he would have died a long time ago. Later, this young man was very powerful. Then a powerful young man met with other people for 3 generations, let them completely relieve the relief. They rushed to rescue the victims elsewhere, and did not stay here. So they did not see the young man appear again. Over. After listening to her father's narration, Da Kong knew that the person who had left her in a dream and could not forget it for a lifetime might have been killed, or it might have been fierce, but she felt inexplicably relaxed and not so painful. because that man is a hero throughout his life, a true hero that belongs to his heart, and his heart has been given to him a long time ago, and he can only belong to him forever. Although what can I do if I can never see him again in my whole life? This mind is complete, and you can't say that this heart is incomplete. So no one can say that, but Xiaoyu and Xiamen couldn't accept this reality. They threw themselves into tears and tears in the words of Green Onion. For them, young people have to suffer the pain of losing their relatives. They cannot accept it. They have lost one relative after another in a short period of time, and they cannot accept the pain from the depths of their hearts and the depth of their souls. Tearing. Ordinary people can't understand the pain and unwillingness. Just like the original plot, there is no change. Sarutobi Hisaki successfully entered Hokage and joined the Hokage village, and he began to rebuild the village. Intensified. He is bound to ensure that all of this will be completed early under his supervision, and during this period of time, the life of the handreighing post has also begun a new scene, which seems very difficult. After explaining so much to Yuki, why he did this, he finally came to his room in the middle of the night and wanted to have a long and profound conversation with him. Brother, you have promised me that you will never hide it from me at any time. You should think about something you didn't tell me. Even if you don't know if I am, you should remind you. Why is Konoha's senior management right? We have such a deep prejudice here, and it is still so deep, and it has never changed. Are we not wronged? I think we are particularly wronged. Even if you can bear it, I can't bear it. Why do we accept unfair treatment? They don't have the right to do this to us, and what we have to do is more complicated than this. They didn't see our hard work, but we can feel your brother in our hearts. You also know why you let him do this. I don't believe that your brother is not sad, and it's hard to say that this matter did not leave any harm in your heart. For flowers. You were defeated by them, and then, you were unconscious. They occupied the land of our lives and drove us out like nothing happened. I absolutely cannot tolerate such things. After Yuki finished speaking, he breathed a sigh of relief, and finally said what he wanted to say in his heart. It was really unbearable. You must ask these doubts to be reconciled. At first, Yuki even thought that their family was nothing but a family. It was to preserve his abilities, so he did not participate in this war. It was only because this war was not suitable for them to come forward, and then I realized that it was not so, but because they had a meeting at a higher level and decided not to let all of them participate in this war and absolutely not to participate without hiding them. Once it is discovered that all are dealt with in accordance with the criminal law, the main reason is that Kyubai's eyes are three-jade. Because his eyes are three-jade, so this time, he has been completely controlled by the writing wheel and cannot let himself call the shots. It is because of the reason why the blood can no longer be blood, so they cannot participate in this war, resulting in such a change in the ending. Is this what I expected? No, this is not what I expected. This is the side that I hate very much, so I hate him very much. Once the hate is linked to his own career, he cannot understand what he must understand at this moment. He suddenly discovered that life is so harsh, and he has carved marks in his life, making himself painful with one knife after another. This is the insight and understanding that life brings him, and he understands that many things can be done without willingness. Big. Chapter 260. Ganshu's Eugene looked at such a stubborn Yuki, and finally sighed. Many things were made clear to them. Naturally, they would not hide it from him, but many things were not as simple as they thought. So simple, there will be no subsequent development. In every village, he has many faces, bright, dark, and many things we can't see. He is happening quietly. We can't just veto all developments and the happiness and warmth that this village once brought us, but for the same reason, we can't just decide our 950 from unilateral warmth, objective feelings. You also know that we may have seen through in a certain aspect. This village, even though we have seen through, can do what we should do, and there will be no change. This is all we want. But why can't we wait willingly? You know, no matter how this kind of thing has happened, we can't do anything, and we can only leave or re-establish the village. This is what we can do at present. We have a long way to grow and grow. It is much longer than we imagined. You must remember that we can finally get our original heart only if we don't forget our original intention. Only in this way can we go to get farther. Can we get closer to the life we want? If it weren't for this, I didn't rely on anything to live. I don't think we have any reason to reject all of this. And there is no reason to reject all these changes and developments. Are you right? Seeing Yuki not speaking but nodding desperately, he moved his heart between the hands, knowing that this child is still very persuasive, but no matter how long he can speak and speak, he can't compare to factual argumentation. He knows that everything is nonsense at this time, and it doesn't matter whether you say it or not, but in many cases saying it may help a little bit. If you don't say it, it will make things worse, and there is always some respect. Speak clearly, do some things thoroughly, don't be confused, say nothing, do nothing, bring illusory feelings to others, let others feel unhappy, but not what you want to do, is also something that I would not do. So to this day, he has understood this truth on the basis of many things, and on the basis of understanding. He is also willing to believe in what kind of feeling this kind of thing will bring to himself. Although this feeling is not bad for a long time, it does the feeling to him is far more than that. Sometimes you have to believe that someone who is too genius will be treated with too much jealousy and arrogance by others, and they will not tolerate your appearance. In other words, tolerate your existence. All sides will come to encircle you, and the 4 generations are the best testimony of this goal. The 4th generation goal is also the goal we want to become. But Yuki, you must believe me and remember to hide your strength and identity, not for anything else, but to live a better and more low life. Only in this way can we exist in this world intact, otherwise everything is empty talk. Only when we are alive can we have the ability to have the opportunity to build the good world we think of in our hearts. All the good things, do you understand? If we don't have all of this, we are nothing but an empty skin, and nothing can be done with Kong's ambitious mind. This is not what you want, and I know it's not what you want, but I will not force you to become the leader of all this, because you have no such ability, and I have no such right. All this depends on ourselves, and at the last moment we can only rely on ourselves. Yuki, who was already very precocious, nodded blankly when he heard the words of Ganzu's Yuma. Although he knew these things weren't too much, he could understand some from the words. Maybe there are not many people who really understand these things in the entire Naruto world. If they don't even understand them, no one can really understand what the brother is thinking. If he understands the sufferings of his brother, he must bear all this for his brother. And what he should do to endure all this is clear in his heart. During this period of time, the hands have been trying hard to restore his body to its previous state, or trying to change back to everything he had when he was an adult, to change back to what he used to be. But because the system 2.1 forced it last time and moved his target when he didn't want to, the corpse had been completely sealed off. In other words, he will not completely exist in this world, but the most damn thing is that it is not these that make me feel helpless. Damn, this system has also been forbidden. If the hand-raying post wants to become the same one day, this possibility is almost zero, which means that the possibility of him going back is prevented. This possibility had been completely eliminated by him, which made Senja Zuzuma feel very annoyed and even terribly annoyed. Chapter 261. There is one more thing that makes Senjujima really unable to accept himself, and finally his perfect existence in the world of Naruto last time as the main task. He successfully completed all the tasks, but the fucking system told himself that because he was too busy at the time and did not withdraw the rewards, he had to wait until the host paid back all the debts one by one, and gave all the debts. After clearing, it is possible to consider the next request of the host. This operation made Senjujima jump up completely, and her lungs would explode. But facing the system that had been pitting herself but indifferent, Senjujima felt helpless and deep sorrow. And what makes Senjujima most troubled is far more than this. But these days about the green onions, every time I go to look for the green onions, I can see the frown on the brows of the green onions. Oh too. Only when she is on a mission can she see her high spirits. If a woman reaches this point, it can only show that her mind is very heavy, and it is particularly heavy. It's not because of this that Cayenne Zhao's Eugene feels very sad, but because Xiaomun and Xiaoyu seem to be out of group with others from now on, and don't like playing with others. I often sit alone in a corner and talk to myself. Sometimes I just sit there and feel unhappy all day. Senzu Zuma saw all this in his eyes, and he was actually very sad. He knew that all of this might have something to do with him, but he had already left, and he didn't know how to explain it to them. I'm all confused. Is it possible that Xiaoyu and Xiaoman can't fall in love with himself? My current age is so different from that of Xiaoyu. Is it possible that Xiaoyu and Xiaoman call someone younger than themselves to call their brother? How can that be possible? Although my face is really thick and thick is incomparable, but it is not so thick, no matter how hard I can do such a wicked thing. Fortunately, these things that make people feel very annoying are also very fast. It's over. During his busy studies, he left all this behind. Today is the last stage of the ninja school graduation assessment. Senju Junma knew that he had to work hard, and Yuaki also completed all the tasks easily. Perfect clearance. This day happened to be the last moment of graduation and placement, and everyone was nervously waiting for the teacher to give them results. Tell them which class they will be assigned to. At this moment, Yuaki and Senju Zuma are lying comfortably on a recliner. They appear to be indifferent, and all the boys who watched I want to beat them up. It was too much. They were all nervous to die, but they were so relaxed, as if they didn't take this matter to heart. In a short while, teachers of several grades brought them over, with a thick list of names in his hand. He stared at everyone and naturally knew what the big guy was thinking. I think everyone must look forward to this moment very much. Like everyone, I am also looking forward to this moment. There are several students in it. I currently feel that they have not met the standard. I am very disappointed. But I am very willing to believe in the hard work of my students during this semester. From today on, you will go back to different classes or redivide into your team. All of this is the result of your own efforts, and it is also the result of what you should ask for in the end. I don't care for me, you are all my students, and I have all expectations for all of you. Remember, I don't want you to be sent back by them when you fly back to the team. It seems to me that the things I have done again are very, very embarrassing. As a teacher, I feel embarrassed to the extreme, so come on, children. To work hard for your ideals, you must work hard for everything you expect, not for all the extravagant demands of things that shouldn't be there. This is not what I want to see. The students all agreed with the teacher 407 in unison, and they looked very happy and excited. Everyone stared at the teacher, and the teacher stared at their performance and felt very satisfied, with excitement, tears in their eyes. Although these students are sometimes very disobedient, they like to make trouble, and do all kinds of pranks for themselves. But if they really talk about partying, they feel sad for no reason. This is what I have taught myself. The first class of students may also be the last class. The teacher resisted the tears on his face and didn't want to cry too ugly. In any case, crying so loudly in front of a group of students will only make these students more emotional and cry as bad as yourself. This is not what I want to see. So all of this is the most frustrating and the most satisfying for myself. This is the final result I should get, and the result I am satisfied with. They are all very good, much better than I thought. Chapter 262. The teacher resisted the urge to cry again, smiled and told everyone, "Okay, now I am going to start reading the class list of each student." The students in class 1 have many. Panasonic, Natsumi. After all the placement lists were reported, one of the students was a little disappointed, named Xiaolin, Xiao. Linding. Yuzi took a look, and this time only he was assigned to others. And I don't even know that class. Senzuzuma didn't think these were important. He always felt that in his exhausted thoughts. It doesn't matter which class you go to. But Kobayashi doesn't think so. Kobayashi feels Ji should always be in the same class as them. If there is no one in that strange class, would it not be bullied by others? Even if I am not bullied by others, I feel uncomfortable. Why don't teachers assign themselves to other classes instead of assigning themselves to other classes? Learn there, think about it. The more sad, the more you think, the more angry. Senjujima felt that if he and other classmates were divided into a class, it would be fine. What a big deal. Why did I end up being divided with several people? That's because my performance is really bad, purely from the tail of the crane. There are only a few test scores, and the old man of 3 generations will definitely take care of Kaienzui clan. No matter what, I will blast myself into such an excellent class as Yuaki. But this, it doesn't matter, it benefits me more. At least the thing that Senjuzuma can be sure of is that their group must be the strongest in the whole year. The most powerful. I just don't know who the future teacher will be. Senjujuma also cares about this class. In the other rankings, I never expected to occupy 7th place in the class. It's really amazing. Do you want to be a robber who snatches things? Grabbed Kakashi's job and recruited all those people to his own sect. My own class. If this is really the case, it would be really cool. After finishing the ranking, the teacher endured forbearance again, tears flowed down his face, and never again. Reluctant tears, he turned and left. After leaving school, Senjujuma knew that this was waiting for other teachers to come to school to lead their classmates to class. Yuaki very much smiled bitterly. It's really annoying. What's so great about our class? It feels like being aloof. Even if we are really at them level, what can we do? But our relationship will not be due to be divided into other classes and become plain LL. Kobayashi twitched his head, and the corners of Senjuju's mouth, who looked a little angry, kept twitching. Bo. This guy Bo is a sultry maniac, invisibly picking up girls. Thinking of Xilin. At a young age, she is the embryo of a great beauty. But Yuaki, this kid has a really good vision. Now he looks like he has no relatives. I became like this at this young age. Let me do it. Satsuki secretly stared at the back of Senjuzuma next to her. For no reason but happy. Unexpectedly, he and Senzu were really divided into a class. And he became excited inexplicably. The heart thumps and thumps, as if to jump out of the chest. No one knows what they are thinking. I don't know why I was so excited for no reason. Originally Yuaki had already let people feel a headache and even feel desperate. Coupled with such a perverted existence in Senjuzuma, now his life path is really true. It's rough, full of thorns. Can they be like normal people? Why can't they be like teenagers? Knowing why, it was these 2 perverts that made him extremely excited. He now suspects. Is he perverted? Senjujuma originally thought that the best teen must be the best teacher in the school. Came to guide, but in the end, the teacher from their school was the first one to come in. Teach them this W class. The teacher wore bright red hair. Coming in, holding back his angry temper. He had heard these students talking about injustices. The teacher had just left for a long time. There was a loud noise from below, clearly not paying attention to the teacher. Seeing the row of students sitting in Sheng Sheng, 3 stars scratched their hair. It's good it made you all here. It was quite lively just now. I kept talking about it. I thought that if the teacher didn't come, you just do whatever you want. Let's go. I just came. I don't care about it with you. It's a ritual dragon to meet you. The students who will be divided into class 7 will follow me. You are ranked 7th in the school, but that doesn't mean you are in class 7. Just be arranged to go in the first class. Don't be noisy there. After all, it is better to go back to school and study hard if you have this ability. It will be great when it is really first. What's the skill now? Kyujin underneath. The gibberish is like a mouse. Look at you like this. I can't bear to interrupt you to continue the fun. Chapter 263. The dry-hand post stared at the teacher with red hair with some doubts and appeared. In the impression, this person seemed to be called 3 stars. It was the teacher who taught Yuki when he graduated. I never thought it was still this teacher. It's really fate. Yuki and Gansuza looked at each other, stood up, and followed the 3 stars out. Yuki turned his head and saw that Xilin was still there in a daze. He quickly patted Xilin. Xilin was stunned for a moment but said nothing. The person next to him couldn't stand it for a long time, so he patted Kobayashi again and urged her. Both Shizuma and Yuki have already left. What are you doing here? Xiaoyu was also taken aback. She stood up and turned around and left. Seeing that the dry-hand post had stepped out of the gate, she followed him closely, and several people who came after him followed him. In the second game of the training ground, 3 stars saw that all his students had arrived. He turned his head and smiled, as if he had a good temper, but only the hand-handed post knew that this guy had a knife in his smile, and he was definitely not a good-tempered person. If you think his temper is good, then you are blindly looking at the wrong person. His temper is notoriously weird. Everyone is here, so let me introduce myself first. I am your teacher. You will follow me in the future. My name is 3 stars. Your favorite 4 stars, 5 stars, 6 stars. Stars also come from this. You can call me 3 stars, teacher, or directly call me 3 stars. My favorite food is octopus, and my most annoying is chili. My dream is to become Hokage one day. Please give me your advice. Although I am your teacher and your classmate, how about we encourage and learn from each other? The teacher's self-introduction is really ridiculous. Not to mention it's okay. It's surprising to say that he is 3 stars. One day his dream is to become Hokage. This is simply too full of feelings and too skinny reality. But Ganzhao Zujin knew that no matter what, people who have ideals are good young people, so he just smiled and did not express his opinion. After the 3 stars, he stared at others and asked them to introduce themselves. Xiaoyu raised his hand grinning. I call Xiaoyu. My favorite thing to eat is watermelon. My favorite scent is the smell of plum blossoms. I will never forget the delicate fragrance. What I hate the most is that I like to boast all day long, but the man who never likes to take a bath. I hate the kind of man who thinks he is arrogant, think that others are wrong, only oneself is right. The person I like should have a faint plum fragrance on his body, and he is bold and arbitrary when he does things. This is the real man. After Xiaoyu finished speaking, she stared at him deliberately, glanced at the hand-to-hand column. Her face was full of contempt for passion, and she curled her lips between the hands-to-hand columns and didn't want to ignore it. This girl is a crazy girl. You said that the person you hate has something to do with me, as if you hate me especially, but suddenly when I think of it, I seem to understand something. I fuck this girl. I really hate myself. It is said that I have never annoyed her. Why she does not understand why she has such an emotion. And Yuzi has been staring at Satsuki with a smile. The teacher was a little surprised. The students in this class seem to be really difficult to lead. They all have their own personalities and their own opinions. Look at the wave of their eyes just now. They are almost killing people. How can this be a student? Look. Seeking flowers 0. But knowing that they are so difficult to handle, there is still no alternative for them. Whether it is good or bad, as long as they become their teachers, they must be responsible for them. They are their business to be naughty, and the more naughty, the more fulfilling they can feel. As long as they are trained, the teacher is not in vain. The most feared thing is that the students who do not listen to the discipline are justified and reasonable. All my ideals are actually very simple. I hope that one day I can become a guardian by Hokage, standing at the top of the world as his sense of existence, protecting the safety of the entire village and preventing them from being violated by outsiders. Oh, my ideal is like this. I hope that one day I can achieve my ideal without having to be embarrassed about it. I know the suffering of others, and I also know the suffering of myself, so I am bound to complete such a task. No, This is my ideal and the dream I pursue in my life. 3 stars smiled helplessly, and touched his hair. Very good, Miss Xiaoyu. I believe that your ideals can be achieved. If one day you stand on top of the world, you must stand by my side. I will become Hokage, and you will become the guardian by my side. What a wonderful partner this is. The beautiful Miss Xiaoyu, you must believe that as long as you have good dreams, good ideals, and the courage to chase them, they will come true one day. Everything is not difficult. The most feared thing is that there is no ideal life in the world. Those people who are struggling every day do not have a date to live. Chapter 264. Xiaoyu smiled brightly, but the dry hand pillars sighed helplessly. This woman with a streak is really stupid, just like a fool. The universe stared at the dry hands pillars and didn't want to talk at all. Looks like very helpless. First introduce myself. Hello everyone, my name is Yuki. My favorite thing is beans, and there are all kinds of tofu fruit-like things that I can eat. What I particularly hate is the taste of natural flour barbecue. By the way, I also like it. My brother's dishes are excellent. I also like men like my brother. He is the most handsome and ideal man in the world. I believe that 280 he will stand on top of the world one day. Everyone standing beside him will admire his light, and I will become that kind of existence. The only person I respect in this life is my brother. Yuki said while smiling, turning his head and staring at the dry hand column. And the dry hand column also smiled. This stinky boy's life is really helpless. Anyway, it doesn't matter now. You can only wait for the system to release another news and mission to yourself, or learn more advanced spells. Otherwise you can keep what you do and what the system does. It is better not to live without earning good luck, but I also know that if you really want to earn good luck, you don't know when you can wait. Maybe the year of the monkey. My ideal is to protect the entire village from infringement and not allow anyone to violate it. Therefore, this ideal coincides with Miss Satsuki. I don't want to be like Hokage. I feel that if I can achieve my ideal at any time, it's the best. There are no absolutes or non-absolutes in this world. Everything is man-made. As long as we work hard and others can achieve, we can also achieve everything we want. I believe this statement. We'll work hard for this. I hope you can understand what I said. Let us work together to move forward, and we will never lose to any one person or any class. I believe that everyone is excellent. Suddenly feel helpless between the hands. Yuki is good at everything. Sometimes it is too idealistic. If one considers the ideal too important, he will often suffer a big loss from the ideal and hurt the ideal. This thing is not too good, cousin, you are good everywhere, but sometimes you are too obsessed with ideals. Ideals are the finishing touch, but they are not necessarily owned. Listen to Yuki after the introduction. The hand-to-hand post only smiled and looked at Samsung teacher. Hello, teacher 3 stars, you can all call my name. I can call Ganzu's Eugene or you can call me something else. Whatever you like, whatever you like. I like all the food I make, everything I eat and drink, and all the ramen, cola, Sprite, and even beer that others like. Anyway, I like everything in my house and I cherish them very much. It is a pity that after that war, all these things were destroyed, and once destroyed, I was very angry. I think I will never forgive them in my life. So I have an ideal. When I grow up, I will definitely defeat them and let them bow their heads under me. I want to dominate the whole village and protect them as messengers for the future. I will work hard for it. So my ideal is to protect all my friends, keep them from harm, and let them grow up healthy under the happy sunshine. Teacher 3 stars stared at the Ganzu's Eugene very seriously. He didn't expect that the ideals for the Ganzu's Eugene would be like this. Your ideal is very simple. It's too simplistic. Are you sure? It's just to protect your friends, but the ninja's mission is definitely not that. It's much more complicated than these. Sometimes you have to abandon your friends in order to complete the assigned tasks. If you are asked to abandon your friends at this time, what should you do? Is it possible that you want to protect your friends, so just for them, Abandon the task instead of completing it. Ganshuzuma smiled to himself, just about to answer this question. Suddenly he keenly felt that someone around him seemed to have been peeping at them, or someone was watching. If you didn't guess wrong, someone who couldn't press came to watch. It's also possible that Yuaki performed too well in the fight against Kyubi. It's too obvious, and 3.9 is too eye-catching. 3 generations of old men can't bear it. Live to send someone over to supervise. On the one hand, it exists as a supervisor, and on the other hand, it is also intended to protect. In any case, the terrible things like Danzang are everywhere and must be watched to ensure safety. The two are not conflicting. In my personal opinion, completing the task is important. Failure to complete the task is like a waste. But just to complete the task, you have to abandon your friends. It's not as good as waste. I don't like this, people, so such a person will not become my friend, and I will not protect him. Chapter 265. I will not protect him. What he said between Ganzaozu seemed to be indifferent, and he could say it casually, but he was shuddering with that fierce aura all over his body, even though the owner of this sentence originally said it with dirt. Kakashi regards this sentence as the rule of life, but Kaienzao's Eugene also praises such words, because he thinks such words make sense and are also his life goals. Especially in the world of Naruto, it is a life rule that must exist. The ninja who has been hiding in the dark and has been silently observing all this, when he heard this sentence, there was a cold war in his heart. Fuck me, if I didn't guess wrong, this person must be Kakashi. Kakashi's identity is different now. It is the captain of ANB. 3 generations sent him 06 to protect Yuaki, this strange human being. But he just drew his hands and immediately awakened the deepest part of his heart, and he had not been awakened for a long time, and the only memory left. After sighing, Kakashi concealed his mood again. Naturally, there were many doubts in his heart. Why did the hand-raying post know this sentence? But the attention to the hand-raying post has inexplicably increased a lot. He must pay attention to this person, because what this person said is something he has never forgotten. It is also this sentence that evokes the memory deep in his heart, which has been buried for too long. It is also this sentence that shocks himself thoughts and the future path of life. Kaienzaozu may have been feeling the ninja who stands not far away and hides himself well. However, I never thought that a word I accidentally exposed myself was really helpless, and it almost made Yuaki aware of this, so Ganzaozu was a little surprised. Feeling helpless, he smiled. Perhaps the person who wanted to monitor him was the old man Kakashi. In order to monitor others, he really did not hesitate to spare no expense. At present, Kakashi may be the highest fighting power in the entire village. It is the existence of top fighting power. Come here to monitor. In any case, it is an overkill thing. He dares to do such stupid things. This old man is really idle and boring. Several people introduced their ideals. 3 stars stood up, and several people stood up one after another. Everyone has finished the introduction. It was a very happy ending. The next step is to take everyone to dinner, but according to common sense, we should take the assessment after lunch. But now there are still 2 hours before lunch, and it is still too early, so we can only prepare for the assessment first, and then consider the meal later. You must remember that if the assessment is unsuccessful, you will all be sent back without exception. That is to say, except the failure of the reconstruction, which is a very shameful thing for you. Your teacher doesn't want you to be so embarrassed, and I don't want you to be so embarrassed. Whether you can be embarrassed or not is up to you. If you can't, no one can save you. This assessment is very strict and supervised by a dedicated person. So how does the final result affect your life and your turning point? Have you all heard? After talking about the 3 stars, he took out a string of copper-made bells from his bag, glanced at everyone, and shook the bell in his hand. You are all optimistic about it. This is the string of leaders in my hand. If you grab this string of bells later, let me know. This assessment will also be considered as passed. If you don't get this, even if your assessment fails, what is going on? That only depends on you. And there is one more thing. No matter what happens, you must face it soberly and realize that nothing can be as safe as your life. This matter, it's not a joke to everyone, but you know the best in your heart, and only you know. Hearing what the 3 stars said, everyone was inexplicably nervous at first, but now they heard what he said, but suddenly relaxed. This is not the so-called assessment at all. This is a sub-question. What's difficult about such a simple thing? But just grab the bell. But Kakashi, who was hiding in the dark, shook his head helplessly. The meaning he asked for was different from others. According to the situation that the 3 generations and himself have carefully described, the current Yuki can complete this task independently anyway, but the current Yuki does not seem to be what he said. In any case, coupled with the appearance of the other 2 people and the inexplicable interference, I am afraid that this one will become the lowest level ninja without any suspense. The 3 stars looked at Satsuki, who was already nervous, but at this moment, after listening to what he said, he was no longer nervous, thinking that they hadn't understood what he meant until now. When he was thinking about repeating it again, Xiaoyu inexplicably reminded him that the teacher should start. Chapter 266. The 3 stars smiled helplessly, and could only announce that they had begun and nodded in agreement. When the game started, he quickly retreated. He pinned the bell to his waist and then cast his eyes in front of him. Several people. These people were not rushing to attack, but stood there staring at the teacher. Sanju Zuma also stood beside Satsuki, staring at the teacher carefully, and the bells hanging around his waist looked great. Interest. Teacher, if I didn't guess wrong, the thing hanging around your waist should belong to the water attribute. This kind of chakra is hard to see. The 3 stars were stunned by the question between Kaien Zaozu, and quickly nodded. Indeed, that's really a bad thing. My attribute belongs to thunder, Yuki's belongs to fire, water and fire are incompatible. Satsuki's land does not seem to be too harmonious with the teacher. That is to say, to each other. The 3 stars nodded and understood what he said. Could it be that the existence of a teacher as a teacher would lose to you guys? It's impossible. Just like you want to beat me at 560. Just about to speak to them, it was really rebellious and arrogant. But who knows, Senju Zuma has started to move his muscles and bones long ago, and it will start immediately, and only said the teacher. We are going to start. 3 stars heard the words of Kaien Zuma, nodded helplessly and smiled. Maybe defeating them is more serious than verbal attack. Then attack them in action and let them surrender. Let them not be so arrogant, looking at Senju Zuma unceremoniously, and coming up as soon as he said it. Who knows that in the end only Yuki rushed up inexplicably, but the other 2 were motionless. Fuck. What the hell are these bastards making? Is it because you look down on my teacher and don't need the 3 of them to go together? Now, watching Yuki rushing up like an impulsive, single-handedly attacking him, it really makes me feel funny. Forget it. Since they are going to defeat all the key points, let them do it individually. Why not do this kind of thing to me? 3 stars comforted himself by muttering to himself, and his hands quickly sealed. He was about to rush towards Yuzi because Yuzi was the first to rush over, but he was surprised to find that a water dragon flew out from behind Yuzi and greeted his huge water dragon. With a plop, his water dragon was instantly torn apart by the opponent. After returning to his senses in a vague sense, the teacher finally wanted to understand a little bit. Yuki is a rare genius in the Yuki group, and writing round eyes is one of the 3 famous skills. And the reason for his fame is that he once copied the ninja Hagai Kakashi. There is no doubt about this. After I figured this out, I felt a headache and a pain in my teeth for an instant. Teacher 3 stars regretted a bit. If his ninjutsu was copied by this guy, then he would have no ability. It can only rely on the duplication of experience and chakra energy. But the 3 stars feel that they really can't afford to lose this old face. If our hack loses in the hands of a student, it can't be justified. Yuki saw the right time at this time, and instantly leapt forward to the 3 stars, leaving no chance for the 3 stars to relax. The 3 stars' brows were frowned tightly, and he didn't dare to be half-hearted, and quickly cast a turbulent wave of water, but even such a thing was still safely avoided by Yuaki. He was standing on the water now, standing steadily, wanting to attack the 3 stars, and the 3 stars immediately returned a water double. Now I was forced to do this. Only by paying back a water substitute can I escape the heavy blow Yuaki gave him. This guy is so brave that he even began to doubt his life. No. Is it possible that a spell like this is really just a student who graduated from a ninja school? This kind of strength has surpassed the students of the ninja school. At this moment, the 3 stars completely suspect that the 3 views of life are ruined. Is it possible that all these years I have been a teacher in the school for nothing? Or that I have lived for so many years? The so-called experience of fighting chakra with one's own students is that there is no energy. If you go out, you will lose your old face. What face is there to meet people, and what face to teach others? There is no doubt that 3 stars would think so, because when Kyuubi attacked the village, 3 stars happened to be on the mission, so they did not witness it on the spot. I also didn't see how Yuaki showed his power, otherwise, there would be no such embarrassing scene as it is now, and he would never be provoked by a student but unable to accept the move. If he had known that this student was so powerful, he would have stood aside obediently and waited for the other party to make peace with him, instead of being so passive now that he lost his face. All of this was seen in the eyes of the hand-reading post, and it was only amused, and there was no way to look down on the teacher. These are all expected things, and I don't feel strange. Chapter 267. Seeing that the 3-star teacher had fled a few meters in a flash because he wanted to escape from using his spells, but Yuaki, who still had nowhere to escape in midair, smiled to himself. Hold a knife with both hands, and after the seal is quickly formed, it is continuously swiped towards the water surface. The knife made another cut. He knew that only in this way could he prepare for the worst in the shortest time possible, and he could also make the worst way of receiving moves. The Ganzhou Zhujian has been quietly participating in the war next to him, but the inexplicable thoughts have been pumping. Even the corners of his mouth have been pumping. Yuaki, you scumbag is also a teacher anyway. Can you take care of yourself? If you fight against the teacher in the same way as you were at the beginning, this trick will definitely make the teacher on the spot. It's cold. This is a real deal. You can even use this. You are not afraid of the teacher flattening your ass. It seems that I can no longer stand by to participate in the war. If I look further, I am afraid that the teacher will be embarrassed and just want to do this trick for the next step. But Kakashi, who was hiding in the distance, couldn't help it anymore. He was the first to move out. Kakashi had already seen it. In any case, the 3-star teacher couldn't think of any tricks to confront him if he wanted to break his brain. The other party wants to say that if they are really hit, there is a 70% chance that they will die on the spot and jump on the spot. This possibility is really terrible, and the result is terrible. Kakashi appeared in front of the 3 stars in an instant. His hands quickly formed a wall of soil to block the opponent's attack, and several fire knives that quickly turned around were wiped out in front of him. From the original distance to 1, then to 2, and finally to 3, in a blink of an eye there were countless flying knives coming toward him. No matter what tricks the other party made, it was still resolved by Kakashi. Kakashi stared at the opposite side, and was punched out of the wall of the hole by himself. It was all pitted, even with a strong smell of charred. This kid is really not easy to mess with, just a monster, no less than what he had before, and even worse than himself. Although the 3 stars had been clearly seen at the beginning, Yuaki only relied on seeing through his flaws, so he kept attacking himself. But in the final analysis, I failed. And losing to a student is indeed too embarrassing and extremely embarrassing. Well, today's test ends here. The assessment has passed. I think you should go to lunch. There is no need to waste time here. If it goes on, I think you will get worse. Understand? It's okay not to say this sentence. When I said it, the 3 stars were completely speechless. and they collapsed to the extreme in an instant, and almost cried. He felt embarrassed to the point of speechlessness, or even embarrassed to the extreme. But Kakashi has already said it, and there is no need for him to continue, so he can only helplessly shook his head and nodded, saying congratulations, you have all passed the assessment. From now on, you have officially become the ninjas of our class. You can't say how to say this, but you always have to say it anyway, because he is a teacher. In embarrassment, he has to accept students and face the difficulties of students. The character of this group of students is particularly lively, but it does not mean that their minds are bad. He had been merciful when dealing with himself just now. I saw this very clearly, so I didn't blame the student. But even if it was really not, he always felt very embarrassed and extremely embarrassed. 0. Ask for flowers. Yuuki naturally knows the teacher's embarrassment, and secretly blames Yuuki. I didn't know how to be merciful just now. This is my own teacher anyway. If you continue to do this, what will you do later? It doesn't matter if the teacher doesn't care. What should he do if he always cares about it? The 3 stars stared at the back of the handwriting column earnestly, and looked back, and the handwriting column turned his head to face the teacher. Seeing the teacher's helplessness and the cruelty of being defeated, there was nothing to say between the dry hands and nothing to say. At the end of the day, I just smiled. I hope this incident will be over quickly and don't leave any shadow in the teacher's heart. Because knowing that if it really leaves a shadow, the teacher may not be able to make it through this life. In any case, losing to his own students is a very embarrassing thing. So this kind of face can't be lost to the teacher. Even if it's really embarrassing, it's a shame. I said that you guy doesn't know how to be merciful. Is it because you are good? Didn't I tell you that you have to do things like people, but you, hike people do things, right? You embarrass the teacher so much. How will the teacher teach us in the future? How to teach us? Who will listen to the teacher? Have you ever considered the consequences of this? And you can do it as soon as you come up. I see what you will do in the future. Chapter 268. Yuuki felt that what his brother said was reasonable, and sitting on the side without saying a word seemed very dull. But when he heard what the teacher said next, he almost jumped with joy. They know that life may be good in the future, but it is not a good thing to offend the teacher anyway. Maybe the teacher will look at them with admiration from the plan, but no matter what it is, they are all wrong. Kakashi was very helpless, staring at these children for a few moments. To be honest, although he was a little doubtful whether the handwriting post really lacked any ability, it was purely the existence of the crane tail. In any case, this guy seems to have a good relationship with the baby, but he doesn't really fall off the back of the car. Moreover, he just seemed to want to stop Yuuki. The next thing to do, look at this from this point, people are very nice. In fact, Kakashi didn't know. He was right in his guess. 3 stars were very embarrassed, but 807 saw that his students were so happy when they heard that they were officially enduring. He was suddenly relieved. Which teacher does not want his students to be outstanding? And which teacher does not want this student to be no better than Blue? The reason is even more powerful because these 3 students are much better than themselves from the beginning. This makes me feel very pleased. If you meet a few stupid students, you may not have time to cry. Of course, Kobayashi is also very happy. I'm really happy to be able to share the same class with the Ganzouzujian, and there is such a cute and gentle teacher. Yes, this teacher is really cute. Although the 3-star teacher didn't want to embarrass them at first, and finally lost under their hands, he was cute after all. Yuuki can also see that the hand-to-hand post is also very happy. The happiness of the 3 students is based on each other's happiness. Maybe this way they will feel that learning is meaningful. And the happiness between the dry hands is because I feel that they are very happy, so I feel happier. They have no righteous thinking, but it is not a bad thing to base everyone's happiness on their own happiness. Kakashi didn't speak. He stared at a few little kids, and he had forgotten his guess. He knew that these people were just children anyway, and thinking too much was not good for children. But in any case, He is not a vegetarian. If there is any special situation, he will be the first to find out. Ganzhao Zhujin knew that the next task would be enriched, but he was a little scared because he knew that the school would challenge students in various ways at the beginning. They will not go out looking for a cat to find a stray puppy, or go to the nearby garbage station to pick up rubbish, or go to work in the farmland. But whatever it is, they will finish happily. So just at night, Yuki ran over from outside the hand-raying post, and woke him up directly. The hand-raying post seemed a little impatient, and I slept just right. Besides getting up, I was most afraid of others. Shake yourself up when you are half awake. How miserable it will be. He was a little angry. Yuki didn't know that he was getting up badly between the dry hands, so he didn't care, just shaking him constantly. Brother, let me tell you to get up quickly. Teacher Sang Sing Sing and Xilin are already waiting for us outside. Tonight we have a mission. In any case, we must not miss this incident. The teacher also said that our performance is very good, but it does not mean that we can carpentry and don't put them in our eyes. I think we have to be positive about this matter. You can still fall asleep now. Hearing the guess of Yuki's ringtone, Ganshu's Yuma gave him a very confused look, but still put on his clothes obediently, and quickly followed him to the place where the teacher and Kobayashi were waiting. He knew that the teacher was impatient to wait. No matter what, it was late at night. They were very happy very quickly. Not only one of them, as expected. He saw the teacher standing on the edge of the small forest from afar, watching silently. He can't see what his emotions are, but he is very happy. Teacher, is there something particularly happy about us at so late? And you think we haven't rested at this late? If we don't rest well now, we will easily lose energy during the day. And I can see that the teacher has heavy dark circles. Why don't we go back to sleep first and wait for us to wake up before performing the task? The eyes in the middle of the night are also unfavorable. In any case, if you don't sleep well, it will affect our daytime activities. Teachers, do you think it is? Yuki suddenly despised his brother a little bit. When did you say that? You still think of your own affairs, whether you are sleepy. Black eyes. Pure nonsense. Fooling the teacher or fooling yourself. But the other party was his own brother and couldn't say anything. He simply smiled and chose not to speak, just standing there looking at them. Chapter 269. Don't rush to sleep. Now we have a task for you. Let's go to the opposite building first. There is Hokage's place. This task was assigned by Hokage-sama himself. And our class is the first to accept such a task, so you can't let me loose. Hope, I know you are great, but on the basis of greatness, we must remember that we want to speed up. A quick decision must not be delayed. There is time to calculate. If you complete this task, the next plan will be more. It's easier to carry out and easier to achieve. You have to explore the specific reasons for this. I will not say too much. Later, it will depend on your own understanding. You must remember that perseverance is the ultimate victory. The truth, other things need not be too restful. Hearing what Teacher 3 Stars said, the other students stared at him unblinkingly. Especially, it's because Kobayashi was so excited that he couldn't help himself. Unexpectedly, their class was the first to accept this. It's a mission, and it's an A-level mission. It's simply awesome. Yuki and Senjuza glanced at each other, and they can still receive a task at this late hour. It is really strange. Two people can't help guessing, because the turmoil of this war has not passed yet, although on the surface it seems to be flat. It's gone. But it didn't. That's because they were patient and the war resources of each village. There is not much, or exhausted. They must have sufficient time to prepare for the coming of the next war. War is cruel. There is no room for business. On the battlefield is to live without their heads or die. They know the cost of war. Naturally, it is clear that World War II will not happen again in a short time. But a very small surprise attack can still infiltrate wars in various villages. In the struggle, it seems that this mission must be inseparable from their future wars. Look like this. This mission is really important. It's much more than they thought. And what Senjujatsuma thought was more than what they thought. Go deeper, instead of looking at the superficiality as before. Although this mission looks superficially, it's a task, but it has a lot to do with the aftermath of the war. Can't leave. It is very likely that Union Village is doing things silently. I'm afraid they know about the Nine Tails attack. After the failure, Konoha's ninja suffered a terrible loss. Plus plans to reconstruction work requires extremely high requirements in all aspects. The funding requirements are also great. Most of them have already sent out to choose to do tasks to earn money. Take the cost of the war. So at this moment Senzuzuma feels that the people in Union Village at this moment may feel that the time is right. Now is the best time. They want to take advantage of the aftermath of the war to do something in it. It is best to earn some money to maintain the cost of their next war. Kaien Zuzuma walked forward silently with them. Opposite is the Hokage building, which is far away. Lu Yinying is hiding in the dark night, looking mysterious. He knows the unknown is hidden here, secret. But he didn't know what it was, and Senjujuma from far away smiled. Hidden Village really wants to come here is really an inexplicable thing, although it is funny, but can't help. I'm very angry. Kaien Zhao's Eugene cursed secretly, and even hit the main breath to this place. I come to him, is really looking for death. Middle.0 seeking flowers 02. No matter how you can't let them go back like this, you have to teach them a tough lesson. I can't forget it in my life. Is it possible that Generation A is no longer there? Just let them mess around, do whatever they want? Question mark. Do you think no one here can pick you up? They were very fast and soon came to the Hokage building. There is a 3-generation office, where a person stands in front of the office, plus one hand, or there Kakashi 6 people. Anfusen stared at Yuzi and glanced silently. His old face was full of smiles. A wrinkled face and a pair of unpredictable eyes looming in the dark, looking extremely mysterious. Yuaki, I didn't expect us to meet again so soon. Because of all the tasks in the village. They have all been sent out, and all the ninjas have gone out to do missions. There is no idleness here, fans. But this mission can only rely on you. I think you are very powerful, not ordinary. Students, although they have great expectations of you, I hope you will live up to your hopes. For me, you are affirming your ability to accomplish a task. For you, a breakthrough in ability. Your teacher has already told you about the importance of this task. The most important thing is to focus on keeping yourself safe. Everything else is secondary. As you are still students, you must pay attention to all aspects of your training, but you must remember, yes, accomplishing the task is the primary relationship. But your life safety is more important than the task. I hope you come back safely, instead of leaving a person there. It will be for us. Great loss. Potassium 3, Chapter 270. The dry hand post was a little impatient. Anfusen, an old man, spoke upside down and repeated it over and over again. He just wanted to talk nonsense. He didn't know if he was delaying time on purpose or what he wanted. But Ganshu's Eugene didn't want to guess his thoughts. He just watched him indifferently, knowing that this guy wouldn't give up if he didn't speak. But they were elders and they're elder-level figures, so he couldn't refute and could only silently listen. Speaking of this sentence, I said it for several minutes. But I was upset and irritated by the dry hand post, and I wished to turn around and leave. But out of the polite 27-7 system, he still didn't have it. At this time, the 3 generations looked at the 3-star teacher. The 3 stars are here for you. Later you will take him to the Konoha forest to ambush the ninjas of Union Village who came here and wanted to carry out a sneak attack. Be sure to remember, don't kill them. You can bring them back with the alive. It's a great thing to be alive. Of course, if many things do not go as you wish, you must make sure to retreat completely and never fall in love. According to our current strength, we can only endure it. If we can't endure it, we can only break the boat with them. This is the worst result. If you are a teacher, you must know how to do the best. They are all children, and they just can't bear it. If you can't take the leader to critical time and resist the current situation, it can only show that the teacher is not qualified. But I must remember that my only requirement is to bring them back without incident. Teacher 3 stars nodded solemnly. He knew that this time going out to block the ninjas in Union Village was just a test for them. The ultimate goal is just to test their abilities, not to let them get injured or lose their lives there. This will only outweigh the gains, and it is not easy to explain to the school. Kakashi turned around and stared at the children again. He had a lot to say to these children. Although he knew that they were all eager to beat their bloody age, many things were really unbearable and couldn't stand it. It was easy. Something happened. But he would tell them a lot of what they should say, and he would not even omit punctuation. He knew that these children were still willing to be obedient. In any case, their teacher should set an example and teach them how to behave. These children are the hope of the future and the pillars of the future, so he can't make fun of these children. He will rely on these children in the future. The safety of the village needs them to do their best to guard, but the children are more important than the village. The mission is indeed very special. The steps will not help us at all because they are not suitable for intervening. But you must remember that if you want to complete this mission, you can only rely on yourself and not others. This incident is related to future diplomatic relations, so after the war, you should know where and what you should do. It is not my teacher who has repeatedly told you. Also, the elder said just now, you must remember that the safety of your life is the most important thing, and everything else is secondary. If you can live, don't kill it. If they can't live, then we can only save their lives and leave naturally instead of continuing to fight. This is a taboo for us, and you must remember this. Ganshu's Eugene didn't want to listen to them talking nonsense at this moment, just thinking about seeing the people in Union Village later, how to kill them. In any case, they are absolutely impossible to take what they want here. Just kidding. Don't you think it's so easy to be a vegetarian here? Or that they don't think they can stop their attacks? If they think so, it's a joke. I feel that underestimating the enemy is the most easy taboo in life, but many people are prone to underestimate the enemy. Perhaps they felt that they were vulnerable, so they attacked at night, and felt that a sneak attack would be successful, so they were so bold. But no matter what the reason, Ganshu's Eugene knew in his heart that it was the truth to be able to live in the end, and the task they said was secondary. Being able to leave was the most important. Only by preserving life is there a chance for the next war. If you lose your life and rob you again, there will be no chance for the next time, and you can understand this 1.3 principle. Okay, you pack up now and prepare to set off. But we must remember this mission. We only need to do our best. It is not necessary to be too demanding. The most important thing is to ensure the safety of your lives. You understand? Number. I hope that no one will be negligent as a joke. When I say this, I am telling you how tragic the war is tonight. They will attack us unscrupulously and even kill us. And all of this needs to be watched by you yourself. I can't stay by your side all the time. If something really happens, the teacher may not be able to protect it. Chapter 271. 3 generations once again solemnly emphasized the importance of how to ensure the safety of their lives. The others are secondary. 3 stars know that they are all worried about these children. Their age is too young. They don't have rich combat experience, and they easily suffer big losses, but that these people are fierce and vicious, do whatever they want, and can do anything to achieve their goals. So they will suffer. But under the teacher's repeated instructions, they kept it in their hearts and never forgot. First, put life first, and then this mission. If you can't save the mission, then save your life. If you can't save your life, nothing matters. Everything is thrown away. They left here quickly, marching towards the pink twilight forest. Look, the big guy left. From the back, the 3 generations seemed very worried. 12, worriedly asking Kakashi next to him. Are you sure they really can? There are only 3 stars and Yuki. A little bit of strength. Everyone else is a rookie. What if they continue to suffer? They are still children now. Let them out. To take on such a heavy task, to them, it is a major test. which is related to their lives. Is this too cruel? We should think about it again and withdraw this task. If we continue to be so obsessed, I'm afraid it will really hurt them, which is something I don't want to see. Personal tasks are very important, but if they are really hurt by it, we will regret too much. Kakashi also yelled in surprise, but his tone was very flat. He probably had. Can't. I think the people here shouldn't be the tail of a crane. Anyway, they are not now. The rookie stage. Although they feel vulnerable to a blow in the eyes of the teacher, their strength is definitely not to be underestimated. Looking at this, he can guarantee the three big adults. I think Senjujima is just a child, but he seems to be carving. I don't know why I want to hide my strength. We also happened to take this opportunity. We'll check his own true strength. The overall strength of their team is not bad, even surpassing the elite team. Their strength, in my eyes, C has already reached the middle class, so we don't have to worry too much about them. And this time is a great test for them, the opportunity to miss this time, and then, it will be difficult next time. Mouth. 3 generations of Wu said nothing but said nothing. Obviously he is looking forward to it. After about an hour, the Konoha forest is looming in the distance, and the 3-star team has long been ambush a trap here in advance. Even the trap was made perfect. It was almost impossible to see where he was. How many people hidden in their place under instructions one after another. They waited peacefully for the group of sneakers to arrive. Come. The ninjas of Union Village will come here to wait for the provocation and death. Do not. After a while, a group of people quickly rushed from the direction of Konoha Forest. They are all ninjas. They are not many, probably around 30 people. 3 stars are tight. He frowned and stared at those people. Fuck. How come there are so many sneakers? I finally line up in a line. It's disgusting. Semicolon. With so many people here, do you want to show off your aura? So many people are enough to start a small-scale battle, which is simply irritating. 3 stars. I became nervous inexplicably. It seems that this time I really want to lose my life here. Only with the safety of these small lives can only be preserved after death. To open a bloody way for my students to escape here, this task is bound to be difficult. Now if you retreat, it would be stupid, but Chunhao wants to expose his whereabouts and speed up. Own speed of death. In any case, the brave can only win the moment when the soldiers meet, and there is no chance now. Create opportunities to escape. Kobayashi stared dumbfounded at dozens of ninjas running from a distance, but he was inexplicable. Plops and plops without stopping, jumping faster than before. This time I'm tired of 833. Is it possible to kill someone? If you really kill, who is better to kill? Compare from the fastest runner. Starting from the tall man, he was a little awkward from the short and chubby one. Little skinny started. Still start with the veiled up and the more advanced ninja on the stone. Let's start with the person who looks thin and fragile. But no matter from which one, you always have to kill people. Killing is the beginning. Once it starts, there is no end. It is an endless killing. Slaughter is a bloody slaughter. It is slaughtered in the face of life, like killing a pig, a dog, and a sheep. Kill, no matter what it is, as long as it is the beginning of the end of life, its end will eventually be in the slaughterhouse. At the other end of his life, he started to kill at the top of his life, no matter what it was. It was difficult for Kobayashi to accept. He needs to slow down. This process is very slow and will not be perfect for a while, but this. No time. Chapter 272. Xiaolin stared at the opposite person who had been lying on his stomach very nervously. He glanced between the hand-handed posts, and inexplicably firmed up in his heart. He wanted to strengthen his belief. Killing people. Killing people. What is the big deal? Yuki was already ready to go there. He took the lead in opening the writing wheel and stared at him. Standing in the distance between the hands of the hand, he kept tapping the dry tree trunk with his middle finger in front of him. Yuki probably read him. What you want to express. This is a code handed to him by Gansuzuma, so it comes in handy at this moment, and it will make Yuki feel very excited. like a spy operation. Although at first he saw 20 or 30 ninjas rushing out from the quickly, his mind was inexplicably tense, but he soon calmed down again. There is only excitement left in his heart now, although he does not want to see war, because war has disasters of killing and blood flow, and bloody scenes and the disappearance of life and the silence of death left by life. But if you really compare the cruelty of war, the most important thing is not this. It is to protect the village from their encroachment. Although you don't want to kill people, if you do come, you have to keep your money. Leave your lives. Leave your money to leave here. The signal between the dry hand posts is to kill him irrationally, kill them without mercy, kill them without leaving alive. Never leave alive. Living does not exist for them. They either do not do. Once they do see blood. 3 stars are hiding aside. Although he is a teacher, he still doesn't know his students. Yuki and Ganzuzuma have already discussed it. When they encounter the first trap, they never hesitate to do it the first time. If they don't let one go, they will never let them leave alive. They don't have any conditions to convince themselves that if the ninjas of Union Village appear here, what will happen if they are killed? It is still said that they are not ready to go to war if they are not killed. No matter which statement is true, they will suffer from outsiders. Moreover, they are on the battlefield at any time and may sacrifice their lives at any time. This is too costly for them. Between reading, they don't want to see this. But once there's no turning back, life and death are just staring at Yuki between the handheld posts. But he thought to himself that this guy is actually quite talented. Surprisingly powerful. I had already prepared it early and opened Sangjade in advance. However, he never thought that he would act first and then act later. Now he has long been familiar with the application of writing round eyes, which is simply a monster. They looked at the group of ninjas engaged in amusement. There was a fat, tall and wide man who walked up like a mountain and swayed a little. He was holding a little girl. Ganshuzujin was instantly angry, and he didn't even need to think about that child. It must be that their target was Chutan, but they never thought that they were so mean. They came here just to snatch a child. Taking the princess from others, the difficulty of this kind of task can be imagined. I am afraid it has reached S level. In fact, this reconstruction task is more important than all the previous tasks, because they know that even if they are ninjas, they have to go out to prepare for the next war. It is for this reason that they have such loopholes to drill and have such opportunities to be sneaked in by sneak attackers. The dry hand post became tense inexplicably. He quickly used the code just now to tell Yuki to take the lead in removing your first trap. You must see clearly. The enemy is now holding a young child in his arms. Must not hurt the innocent. Absolutely very. This is the first condition of their task, more important than their lives. This child is their hostage, and their shield for their own safety. But it doesn't matter at the critical moment. What matters is their attitude. Yuki understood, and nodded secretly, his expression very serious. He pressed Jai in with both hands, and the trap immediately disappeared without a trace. The trap was lifted, and the 3-star eyes saw that the enemy had stepped through the first path they set, but the expected trap was not triggered, but disappeared without a trace. He was secretly wondering in his heart, and just did it at this time. Xiao's humor and Yuki's body Nuo Zhao Zhao rushed from a distance like a ghost, appeared in front of the 30 ninjas and blocked their path. In the early stage of setting up traps in this section of the forest, they actually considered a lot. Dry Hand Pili had already placed many thunder gods on the first trap. Moreover, Yuki also formed many flying thunder gods on the body. Coming to Dushijima can coincide with Yuki in an instant, and cooperate to make the first move. As long as you can see Yuki, the moment he appears dangerous, he immediately ran from a distance to quickly resolve the crisis. And Yuki will do his best. At the moment of output, even an elite ninja can't bear such energy. Chapter 273. Looking at the 6 or 7 elite ninjas in front of them, and a dozen master ninjas, with dozens of elite ninjas, Senjijima suddenly felt that they were really good this time. It's a mess. If these people are left behind, What ability do they have to resist the invasion of others? Do they dare to shout so arrogantly? Presumably they didn't dare, and the elite ninja holding Chuten sneered. His eyes are sharp. Staring at the two little kids appeared in front of them. They didn't put them in their eyes at all, and hummed delicately. One leap, lifting their heads to stare at them. The two nodded, and quickly came up behind them. 6 elites. The middleman ninja quickly surrounded the two little kids. Look at them. They sent 6 elite ninjas over, which shows that we are clearly seen by him. They underestimated the enemy. This is a big taboo of war. These people are really good enough. Regarding them, Zhengli, 967. They are 67 us. It's hard to say whether it's fun or winning later, but let's not let them down too much. Just let them know that underestimating the enemy is a big taboo in life, and the consequences can be imagined. They won't lose any points. I will let them die miserably. The two looked at each other, but quickly pulled out a small knife from behind. The scene suddenly turned the ninjas on the opposite side into a smile, which was so funny, and hide behind the tree. The 3-star teacher staring at them, suddenly sighed in despair. According to the current situation, if you still have the ability, you can only cover the ones that haven't shot. Xielin, let him go first, but this girl is like a wooden pier at the moment. A little reaction, but you want to stay here again. Isn't this looking for death? The current situation of the battle here can be seen at a glance, and it is clear that they have already prevailed. Teacher 3 stars feels very helpless. It doesn't matter if you say you stay, neither will I. To drive you away, it's fatal to reveal your identity and location on the battlefield. But why are you still? You have to pull yourself away and don't let yourself go out. It is said that going out will definitely affect their natural performance. Isn't this a nonsense? 7. It is a blow to people. Teacher 3 stars wanted to be killed on the spot. I think these students are too naive and too cute. Yuki can't wait. He is temperamental. Too impatient. If the current situation is already clear, they seem to underestimate them. It is necessary for them to read jokes. But I wouldn't give them such a chance, so I urged them to go. Zhu was stunned for a moment, staring into the distance and nodded with a smile. The time is too late. Quick solution is better. Just when the ninja among the elites stared at them, when they were about to launch again, they saw the silhouette of Senjutsu on the opposite side flickered like electricity. Basically only one flashing flash. Electric black shadows dangled between them. They were too late to react. They were completely dead without even breathing a breath, lying on a bed. No anger at all. When Senjutsu reappeared, he was holding the same trophies in his hand. Under the bird's electric snake, under the double chidori, the elite ninjas will die immediately with just one touch. The elite ninja who took the lead couldn't believe that seeing all this before his eyes. He blinked. Jing stared in disbelief for a few moments, watching those who had been cleaned up. Jing's ninja didn't even breathe. His expression became more solemn. He quickly stepped back several steps. The rest of the ninjas swiftly outflanked this side. They knocked out the joint attack. I really underestimated these two kids just now. They underestimated the enemy. But now we must never commit the last taboo again. We must not be careless. They are bound to do their best. Get rid of these two little kids. The 3-star teacher who had not shown up behind the tree was also stunned. He did not dare. I believe that the strength of Yuki and Senjutsu is so strong that they are too strong. It's tough, beyond his imagination. Now it seems that I still need to do to this teacher. What use is it? It is useless at all, King. Because blue is better than blue, it is no longer applicable. People can be their own teachers. I don't know whether to cry or to cry with such an excellent student. Laughing, but he knew it was the greatest honor. It was an honor. The 3 apartments blessed by Yuki quickly continued to operate on the left, covering Jiang's. All the bad things went smoothly. The left hand even pulled out a sword from the bag, and the ninjas stared unremittingly. He glanced at what was in his hand. Fuck, this is the most basic kunai. Even this thing is used, you have nothing. Is it available? And at the moment they imagined, they launched another scene that they couldn't believe. The kunai that bounced off instantly turned into countless leaping and spinning Senjutsu. Coupled with the kunai just launched by Yuki, you can see the phenomenon that it keeps appearing and becomes invisible from any angle, because they have been. Clone is surrounded by two Anshin. Chapter 274. At this moment, I really was inexplicably bitted to death by myself. Pit Dad. Those ninjas saw the clones that had surrounded them, and all the clones seemed to be stamped. Except for the ninja at the previous level, everyone else was properly desperate. A dozen clones suddenly released countless fireballs at the same time. This war can be described as unparalleled. All sides were caught in a sea of fire for an instant, and they were all surrounded by fireballs, but in the blink of an eye, suddenly there was a thunderous explosion. In addition to a few appointed ninjas, there are those extremely high-level elites. All the ninjas turned into a pool of dust in an instant. The flames quickly spread to the left and right, and the Union ninjas burst into various flickering thunder and lightning rays, and they clashed. They wanted to use the thunder dodge defense to escape from here, but unexpectedly, in a dozen fireballs 360 degrees under the attack of no dead ends, they deeply defeated them. Seeing the anger and despair in their eyes, their sense of grief and despair filled their minds. The dry hand post only sneered, looking at their hideous faces, without paying any attention to them. He had already started ninjutsu, and instantly came to Yuki's side, suddenly stretched out a hand and placed it gently on Yuki on the shoulders of. He was once again ready to activate the flying thunder god hidden in his body. He wanted to solve them. One was left. All this happened only in a moment, and even the ninjas did not ease their grief and indignation. The dry hand Zuma long ago took Yuki with him, and rushed like an arrow from the string. Among them, however, the dry hand post used the same trick again, using the right hand to startle Ki, and the left hand to use the thunder god. Suddenly there was a burst of thunder in the sky. Ganzuzuma had already come between them. It was between the two leading ninjas. Standing between them, like their heads, almost at the same time, he suddenly remembered the sound of two kingfishers. In the thunder and lightning flashing with all kinds of light, the dry hand column suddenly stretched out his hand to hug the child in his arms. The ninja was shocked, too late to react, and quickly sent Chutan in his hand to Ulki. Preparing to escape this catastrophe by this, he was using the hostages to create opportunities for himself, and this happened just to hit the trick. Following the heart of the hand-driving post, the attack on the hand-driving post was originally just to save it. It's just the children, and didn't intend to hurt them, but now the opportunity came just right. No more, no less. Fushin didn't stop. He was still activating. The ninja felt the shadows between the handrail pillars and his gasping noise. After only listening to the sound of the piercing, the dry hand pillars did not know when he had come to his left hand, and a record of Ulche, all kinds of crackling explosions instantly cut off his left hand. The moment the dry hand column fell from that left hand, he caught the child who had fallen from his arms. His figure suddenly swayed, and he quickly hid behind the big shadowy forest. Xiaolin stared at the distance between the hand-raying poles in astonishment that quickly appeared and disappeared quickly. He couldn't believe it, and in a blink of an eye, the hand-raying pole had already come to her. Be sure to hug this kid and hide him with him. Yuki and I will get rid of them immediately. It won't take long. You will be patient for the time being. For flowers. After speaking, he turned around and stared at the stunned Sanxing teacher. The Sanxing teacher was still immersed in his emotions, unable to extricate himself, because he couldn't believe what happened before him, but he had to believe it. Facts speak louder than words. Everything you see with your eyes does not mean it is true. But at this moment, he really can't afford to question himself, so he nodded dumbly. Teacher 3 stars. Everything is up to you here. Xiaolin and the child are also handed over to you. Here is my solution. You quickly hide. Take care of everything. 0. Just after the words were finished, the figure from the dry hand post appeared again. In front of the ninja whose arm had been completely cut off, He was grinning and grinning. But at this moment, in the eyes of the ninja, I felt that this smile was like black and white impermanence, like a vicious evil spirit crawling out of hell, and a devil who stretched out his hands and feet to the depths of hell and wanted to seduce. Half childish, not even cute. You said that if one day you can really cultivate into the second stage of non-thunder god, you said I still need to work hard to arrange traps, waiting for you to jump. Impossible, right? How can such a troublesome arrangement require so many cumbersome procedures? Isn't it a waste of time? And according to my current understanding, you people in Union Village think you can take the risk or do whatever you want if the fourth generation is gone. Very arrogant. Don't put us in your eyes. I tell you why you are so miserable is because you are too careless. You think that there are people outside the mountains and mountains outside the truth is fart. So you dare to attack here. Of Chapter 275. After just listening to the sound of babbling, everything has changed. On Ueki, crows are flying all over the sky, and everyone is surrounded by groups. They are constantly undergoing various changes and constantly using illusion. Even the countdown is changing. No matter what it is by no means what they can want. For a while, they were beaten up and down, unable to gather together again. They were all stunned. They had never seen this kind of weird ninja technique. So who of them suddenly felt that this kid seemed to be difficult to deal with, much more powerful than they thought. One of them gave orders loudly and scolded the big guy, not to be too panic about 4, 2, 3. Everyone must withdraw as soon as possible, the sooner the better. Don't stay here, there will be danger here. I don't know who shouted first, and everyone else was shocked, but the hand-to-hand post will not give them a treasure opportunity, because he appeared in front of them again, suddenly stretched out his hands and quickly cut off one of them's arms again. They couldn't believe that in a small village, since a child has such a high level of ninja, this is beyond their expectations. If only a child has such skills, it is not something they can fight against. It is not something they can contend with. This was the thinking of the first ninja to lead the team at the time, and the changes on Ueki have changed even more. Many things have changed, but they are uncontrollable. An elite ninja suddenly shouted at the big guy again, and all of them instantly started to use their own attributes, including chakra energy, to continuously stimulate their own cells. Since a lot of changes and even bonuses can be obtained within a period of time, they each fled because they were panicked and scared. The places they were trying to escape were places where no crows appeared, and at this moment, the ninjas who had been hiding outside preparing to respond to the battle inside suddenly felt that something was wrong. They became upset and irritable, even anxious, walking back and forth in place. Do you think they will have something irresistible in it? Why didn't they respond after so long? It stands to reason that our previous plan was that once a war broke out, they would retreat and quickly bring out the hostages to join us. But now nothing has happened, and no one has come out to respond. Is there something that shouldn't have happened inside? If it's not good, I have to go in and see what is going on inside, so I can help and say I may be able to help. Don't think I'm weak. But at a critical moment, I'm too strong. Underestimate. You all looked down on me at the beginning. That's why you think I'm useless. Why do you have so much nonsense, and no one really looks at you, or even thinks it is? I tell you, nothing will happen to them. You are worrying now for nothing. Do you know that many people are busy making money now to prepare for the next war? I can't control these at all. How can there be so-called ninjas here? Appear, you dream of you. I know you have this attitude, so it's better not to tell you. I tell you if what really happened to you, you must remember. I reminded you once, not no. I have reminded you. So the responsibility for this kind of thing ultimately cannot be blamed on me, and the responsibility for both of us it's to stay here and be in touch with the people inside. But it's good for you. I look down on you the most because the lantern is hanging up high. Such an appearance without responsibility. It's annoying. Don't you know? The girl who spoke was a beautiful blonde girl, and tall and long. The hair is tied up with 2 red hair ribbons and looks very delicate, and it is not big in the last year. probably at the age of 16 or 17. But because she is extremely tall and well developed, she looks like a girl in her 20s. The tone of speech is a bit reluctant, very accommodating. But the other party was speechless, unable to speak for a long time. But the other party doesn't count. In comparison, leisurely lying on a naked tree, half-closed eyes, as if enjoying the night very much. Color. The breeze is fading. If there is no war, it would be better. The full moon hangs high in the sky and looks lazy, as if unable to open his eyes. The whole night was completely in the dark. 4.4. Despite this, Flower Butterfly is still a little worried. What happened inside? Want to enter, go and take a look, but the dead man opposite just refused to go, making myself very upset. If you say you don't go out, you won't go out. On the contrary, you don't have anything to do with yourself. The appearance of the relationship really makes people very angry. Some want to go up to the tree to tear him off. But I can't climb trees, so I have to be anxious. She stood under her feet and clapped her hands. Can't wait to scold someone, but she also knows the other person. She was thick-skinned and didn't care about any curses. She sighed and sat on the side and was angry and refused to talk to him. Chapter 276. You hurry down the tree. Let's go take a look. We can't leave everything alone. Anyway, the second action is related to our interests. The interests of our village are all in this war. Medium. But you don't care about anything. Nothing. This is not justified. The other party couldn't help it, and finally jumped down from the tree, blessing the stubborn girl, while shaking her head and sighing. This girl is just a muscle. There will be another war in there. What's the matter? Good looking. I have to go in and take a look. Isn't this looking for death? But he clearly knew that the other party was looking for death. But I also had to accompany her, really let myself. Very annoyed. So he patted Flower Butterfly on the shoulder again before turning around. I'm telling you, you have to remember that I am older than you. Don't always talk to me in a commanding tone. I am not 17 years old. Duo. Why are you doing this for me? If you want to go and see, just beg me. If you beg me, I will take you but you are so. What do you mean by letting me take you with a bad attitude? You treat me as a fool. Do whatever you want. Let me tell you, I'm not a fool. Son, if we go there, we will only suffer. If you are not skilled in your skills, you are not going to die. I really don't know what you think. Anyway, I won't do it. There is one more thing you must remember. If we find that the situation is unknown, we have to run. 36 counts is the best strategy. If you continue to stay there, it's a fool. Understand? You have to learn something from me. You are also a rookie. Seeing that since the two people have reached an agreement, there is no need to drag their shoulders. Walked side by side into the forest. This is a dark Konoha forest, without Senjujima Station. It's like a gay person there. He looked left and right, looking at the ninjas who had already dispersed from left and right, knowing that they were already. Jing ran away because he couldn't beat himself, and he knew in his heart that they will not come back again, because they couldn't get rid of themselves. They turned their heads and smiled at Yuki in the distance. Laughing, gave Yuki a look. And in an instant Senju's Azuma came quickly. Yuki's side. There are black crows everywhere. The croaking around them kept screaming, and in an instant it turned into a white mist, disappearing into the air instantly. It seems that they have never been here before, but they have clearly been here, and they have left traces. Traces that can't be erased in life. Yuki, your performance just now was pretty good, but our unit has to do a scene. How about cooperating? I know you acted very well, and this scene is for us. Very important. We won today's war. It's never been so happy for me. The war, we have helmets. This is the most important thing. It also shows that our mission is completed. Now that our task is completed, let's. Yuki just finished here, and smiled brightly over there. Immediately after saying yes. Let's have a show. Yuzi just finished expressing his own. Seeing exhaustedly, and the Kaienzu's Eugene could not wait to flash out the figure and rush out quickly. A big encirclement, I have been fighting for so long. Besides, these ninjas. It is a pustule that eats bran throat vegetables. If you don't know what you just used to deal with them. What a trick. I can only say that they had to buy a piece of tofu and killed them. It's embarrassing, it's obvious. Knowing that they are ashamed, but also knowing that if they are very capable, perhaps it is themselves who are ashamed. With such a plan in my heart, I simply didn't care about it. Big guys have to be careful. Look at that little kid who just cut off our arms. That guy, the golden light radiating from his body must be the same as that used by the guy just now. The same trick. You must endure it, don't panic, if there really is an irreversible love. Besides, we must keep our arms or keep our lives. Escape safely here. What he said is nonsense. Can he escape here safely if his arm is broken? 457. Senjujima wanted to kill them, but they underestimated the enemy when they raised their hands. It is bound to be calculated by the enemy. They should know this from the beginning. But they have. You King Dai can't care about these at all. Besides, it's been broken up by others now, so I can't become an army, so how can I wait to escape? With a careful plan, I can't wait to kill Senjuzuma immediately to relieve his hatred. But they also knew that their abilities were not enough, and they couldn't do it at all. Kainzuzuma. And so, this makes them feel very unacceptable, because it would be embarrassing to spread it out. They are such a group of elite ninjas who can't defeat a little kid, and they can't say no to reason. In the past, if I said it out, wouldn't I be laughed off by others? I can go back tonight. How can I say it? They feel a little embarrassed to think of here. In fact, no matter how you say it, defeat is the final result, and you can't keep it anyway. Chapter 277. The elite ninja kept telling the surrounding people to be careful and sober, don't be as confused as before, don't know how they died. It is said that this life is only one time, and it is not a game. There are countless chances of rebirth after death, but if it is really lost now, it will be by Tahokage in this life. There is no possibility or no chance for life. The elite ninja saw Yuki, who was standing proudly in the circle, as if he didn't even see them in his eyes. He snorted coldly. The stinky guy even looked down on us old things. Don't let me catch me later with. If you let me catch me, Lao Tzu must let you know how good I am. Don't let you know what Jiang is. Even though I think so, if it really works, he feels that it is not necessarily bad luck. I tell you that guy's family is the Ueki family, and he is a ninja from the Uchiha family. We must work together later to get rid of this guy first. Otherwise, if the two of them really work together, it will be ugly for us. How powerful they are, you have all learned just now. Don't tell me you don't know. Don't be confused. You don't know how to die by then. Don't mess around. The surrounding ninjas have heard what he said a long time ago. Although they have opinions in their hearts, they are not good to say anything. They can't say such good things. Why are they so unpleasant? Although they are unwilling, they are also very angry. They agreed with his opinions, and stood up one after another to prepare for action. They had countless chakras on them, which could save their lives at a critical time. So at this moment, he just used the chakras on his body, and all kinds of tolerance, regardless of east, west, north and south, greeted Yuzi constantly, wishing to kill Yuzi all at once. 6 or 7 ninjas used their chakra moves at the same time, and then no move was given, and Senjujima left free time. One after another towards Yuki and Senjujima they smashed desperately past. Yuki frowned tightly. According to his current thinking, he felt that he would kill them first, and would not leave them any chance to provoke him. But now it seems that something has changed. This group of no-brainers, have they already thought about it, and they all want to understand. 6 or 7 ninjas blocked Yuki's path in all directions. And at the same time, the chakras on his body were turned around, and 4 very thick stone-cast pillars were immediately raised by them. Yuki stared at these things and rushed towards him very close, but realized that something was wrong, and made a warning sound in his heart. I was so careless, I didn't see through their conspiracy. They wanted to catch turtles in the urn and block themselves in it. This is a better trick. You guys thought of this very much. Yuki turned his head with a sneer. Instead of escaping, they walked away. He was very happy when he saw that Yuzi had successfully used him as a bait. He knew that those guys might be fooled, but he also knew that the more he procrastinated, the more Yuzi would be. It's dangerous. And what I have to do now is to make a quick fight and rescue Yuki as soon as possible. But the current situation can only rely on Yuki to divert their attention. If Yuki is accidentally caught by them at that time, it will again is not worth the loss. Ask for flowers. After much deliberation, Senju Zuma now feels that the best time is to act decisively, so he quickly took a few non-spirited things. As the wolves and tigers roared, 6 or 7 thunder and lightning quickly formed several extremely powerful tigers. They quickly rushed down the mountain at an incomparable speed and got into 6 stone pillars. Once they got into the stone pillars, these 6 the tiger's head is as if it has wings, and the whole body is more relaxed and fast. 0 Even a few pillars glowed with the twinkling light of thunder and lightning. There was nothing unusual looking at Yuki between Shijujutsu. He smiled triumphantly, and almost ruined, and ruined once. If you really return, everything is in vain. So I was not reconciled, and succeeded after all, and lived up to my expectations. Seeing that his brother was so successful, Yuki was relieved, but he was terrified. Can this guy do something reliable? If he succeeded, he didn't say anything to himself, but made himself extremely worry. You must know that this war is not big or small. If it really fails, it will lose everything. It will lose the safety of a village, lose the dignity of a village, and even lose their school. The task is not worth the gain. So he can't lose this war anyway, absolutely can't lose this war. He bet in his heart to cheer himself up. He must win this war. He must win. If he can't win, it can only explain I am incompetent. Only this explanation. No other explanation. Chapter 278. Yuki felt relaxed all over at the moment, and also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Almost. I thought that this was the end of the game today, and this war was completely over. And I lost terribly. But at this moment, Kaiane Zhao's Eugene used his own advantages. In addition, he continued to use the Flying Thunder God and Flying Shadow technique to quickly establish his position in various ways. His appearance surrounded all the ninjas, leaving them nowhere to escape, no land. Just go, and Yuki's tricks have just been formed at this time. He sneered, hearing only a loud bang. A fire dragon quickly fell from the sky and charged in. Yuki's body suddenly separated from Yuki's mouth. Immediately afterwards, Yuki disappeared into the light instantly, revealing the appearance of another person. That person is Senju Jimeki. This big move has just been released, and soon another big move came out. This big move is better than just. That big move was even more terrifying, and after a loud bang, they immediately made them irrelevant. Even Senju Zuma is helpless. Senju Zuma always feels that these two bastards. How to not cheat yourself at critical times. But now it seems that they have settled. Idea, sending yourself out as bait, it makes me feel helpless. But even if he is really helpless, he also knows very well that if he is really cheated by them, then I can only blame myself, not others, who made myself so stupid, did not find it. The group of ninjas surrounded by them was completely stunned. They couldn't believe this Yuki. How come one is better than one, and one is more difficult to deal with? As a result, just now, this guy just disappeared, and thought he could deal with this. But in a blink of an eye there was another one, even more difficult than that, with a lot of mist. Slowly rising and disappearing in the distance, disappearing and rising again. But the power of thunder and lightning strengthened a lot. This makes them unbelievable, but they have to believe it. If only this. It doesn't matter. For people living here, they don't think anything is important. But for them, such a change makes it difficult for them to accept this thunder. The power of electricity is just suitable for what they are cultivating, and it is also suitable for cultivating their physical skills. But just the next second, standing among the surrounding Senju pillars, as if some kind of relief. Yes. His hands quickly cut out the double thunder, and the moment he cut, he began to change into another body shape. His actions shocked everyone else and couldn't believe his own eyes. The technique of the body is so perfect. How can they be the opponent of this child? Some people raised their hands one after another, and Che instantly attracted attention. A straight line about 2 or 3 meters long. The last shadow clone stared at the ninjas inside, smiled coldly. How can I be overwhelmed? He quickly raised his left hand and released all the lightning in his body in an instant. Hit them one by one. In the next few seconds, Senju Arma and Yuaki had already avoided. Now he got 3 stars and Kobayashi's side at an extremely fast speed. But the brilliant white light is still rising and falling. This way, the two of them were a little surprised. Even a cold sweat broke out. Middle dot middle dot middle dot middle dot dot dot. Look for flowers middle dot middle dot middle dot. When the white light gradually disappeared, Xiaolin walked out from a distance holding Chutan. A group of them walked to the place where the white halo just disappeared and saw a scene appearing here. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. Oh my god, it's so terrible. I can no longer speak with 3 stars at this moment. I can't use words to describe my heart and shocked emotions at this moment, except for one. There is nothing more than a deep pit that cannot be deeper. Even thick white smoke continued to blow out, as if the air was straight from midair here. Cut and touch, not to mention a few cloud shadow ninja, even a small leaf. There is no trace of a small piece of stone. There is nothing here, as if there is no life. Here should be. It is a desert. There is only one deep pit, one big deep pit, and the pits are all small pieces. There are thin things that are not clear, and white smoke is still slowly in the 4 weeks of the deep pit. As if unwilling to tell what happened here. Kobayashi's eyes were very strange at this moment. He stared at Yuaki and Senju like seeing 2 big monsters. I couldn't believe that such a thing happened to Kiane. But even if you don't believe it, you have to face the fact that this person is better than them. The imagination is much more powerful, even more complicated than they imagined. These 2 people, is it their student? No matter how you look at Ryuo, they don't look like students, and their ninjutsu is better than the teacher. From this point on, from the point of view, the teachers are indeed no better than them. But it seems unwilling to admit it, because I seem to be particularly weak in front of them. Article, update address. OA Group 1013082776. Update TXT every day. Welcome to communicate. Click the link to join the group chat. Fellow Novel TXT Comprehensive Group. https://jq.qq.com?_WV equals 1027 and K equals OU AMP 1. Support the original works of Fellow Novel Network. b.follow.com and enjoy the joy of reading. Chapter 279. In Xiaolin's eyes, he is a pervert. A super pervert. How can he do the same? What a normal human being can do, what he can't do can even be called miserable. It's not right to say that he is a tragic man, but also underestimate him. What he did should be said, strict. In terms of style, it is annihilating humanity. Yuaki licked some dry and even skinned lips. He is a dislike. The guy who puts on lipstick, he thinks putting on lipstick is a more feminine action. But it's not. In this way, it's like when he was using ninjutsu. He thought it was cool. Not really cool. What he thinks is always right. 870 is actually not right. Sometimes what he thinks is like real truth, but in fact, it is often untenable. No matter what it is always vividly reflected in this war. And most people really can't do it. To be so awesome. That kind of harsh cruelty. Even the kind of fear and rejection after it dissipated, with an indescribable atmosphere of terror enveloped everything one by one. The kind of thing that has no trace, but brings fatal panic to people, constant impact. The heart of the big guy is constantly impacting the hearts of Senjujuma and Yuaki. Although they participated in this war personally and solved it through their hands, but I don't know why their hearts couldn't be calm for a long time after the war ended. The corners of Kaiane Zaozu's mouth kept twitching. He couldn't believe the unscientific phenomenon before him, because he knew that this non-scientific phenomenon was really cruel to him. And this thing may change the world, but also the so-called science. Senzu Zuma sighed softly. He looks like an old pedant at this moment, a staid and upright look. He likes wearing very old-fashioned styles, even clothes that look a bit old-fashioned. His hair always stands tall. Like his behavior, you always make a mistake. His ideas, but often on the bus, have to admit that they are behind the old-fashioned. In fact, there is a little jumping nerve active. It may be lively, it may be smart, it may be old-fashioned, but whatever it is, after all, it is the traits of this old scholar, and you can't deny that these traits are at fault. Now I have to admit that knowledge can change your destiny. Science can change your destiny, and even change the world. I just used a more scientific method and adopted the principle of the road. After connecting the wire used just now, there will be an extreme collision immediately. It was a normal reaction. But such a process was completely changed, because it will produce signs of short circuit, and theoretically speaking, if this kind of trace really occurs, elephants, especially short circuits, can even endanger human lives. But at this moment is not over. All correct. His theory is correct. If an infinite current really hits the mist he has transformed, plus the lightning made just now, once the two collide, they will inevitably transmit poor current. And this attraction is fatal. It will spread all over the center, by the way, spreading to 4 weeks. The person he touched must die, and the creature he touched must die. In this way, during his spread, everything will be molecularized. This is an inevitable change. No matter what, if the real sex situation is in reality happened, everyone can use science to explain the 2-0. But he happened under unscientific circumstances, and many people classify it as a supernatural phenomenon. Yes, it is a supernatural phenomenon. After listening to the analysis of Kaiane Zao's Eugean, no matter whether it is scientific or not, they don't seem to understand it anyway. It was pleasant to hear. So he nodded in agreement. Yuki said to his brother, "It's rare to get serious." He tilted his head and stood aside, thinking carefully about what his brother said. Maybe his brother is. I have experienced it personally, so I can say it is the best, but what I have just experienced, can't tell, confused. If it is really used properly, according to my brother, the combination is really necessary to develop. I'm not sure if I have only this heart or just guessing. That's it. Brother, what you said just now, I always feel that a little bit is not clear. What can be done? Why is it divided into such a complicated program? And it is divided. What if there is a change in the process? Have you ever thought about this? 2.2. The teacher has already told us to learn, but the person does not understand. And ask. But these things are really difficult to understand. If I don't ask, but I think I'm confused. If I forget, I'll say, the unknown. Yuzi finally expressed his doubts. He should ask if he doesn't feel slow. Although I have to memorize it several times in my heart, this method is certainly not as good as my brother. Progress is not counted. Too weak. He confirmed the last point, as long as his heart truly understood what his brother said. Perhaps you can understand the logic of what your brother did. Chapter 280. Hearing Senjujuma's words, Yuki still felt very embarrassed, but in any case, his brother was doing it for his own good. If he didn't appreciate anything, his brother would take his dignity and face into consideration no matter what he did. So this time there is no doubt, he nodded and said nothing, but the teacher of 3 stars heard their conversation behind his back. Very embarrassed, he felt that he was not as good as a student, no matter where he said he was not like a teachers, and they are more like masters who get, and they are like ordinary people. He originally thought that Yuki was a genius-level figure in his team, and he was proud to be proud of it in the future, but he never expected that a Senju's Eugean would appear, and this Senju's Eugene even more powerful than I thought. It is true that 21 is a character from their Dry Hands family. It is really amazing. Although they have fewer talents in any way, every talent is a very high quality talent. A few people went back to the battlefield and patrolled again to make sure that nothing suspicious was left on the scene. Then they went back, and the few enemies who rushed there saw that they had been defeated as a result, and they were no longer able to do so. They have changed and left in despair. It would be a great blessing in life if they did not become prisoners. If they continue to stay here, they can only find death. They know it in their hearts, so they walk faster than anyone else. The feeling of annihilation was suffocating, breathless, and even scary. The fatal blow brought despair that they couldn't raise their heads until the white thing completely disappeared in front of them. Then they went back crazy. They rushed to the scene quickly, but they saw a thick white smoke still blowing like a waterfall. The usual pit was still and everything else was gone. They let out a cold breath, scared. They couldn't believe what had just happened here, or that there had just been a war, but without this deep pit, they probably wouldn't be able to appreciate the cruelty and horror of the scene. Because they found this deep pit, they felt panic after thinking about it. They were terrified that the foreheads of the two people could not control them, and they were sweating coldly outside, crashing down. This is a disaster. It is hell. I don't know what to say. If it weren't for the deep pit in front of them, they would probably never have realized what happened at that time. But what else is there? Nothing. As if disappeared out of thin air, leaving no trace. And as if he had never stayed. At this moment the wooden man was sitting in the distance, as if he was communicating with something. But the communication process was not very pleasant. He smiled coldly. He closed his eyes tightly, and after a long time, he sighed slowly. With that sigh, something purple was floating in it, as if something was dyed. Many people don't understand. If you know, you know what you shouldn't practice. There are indeed some things that I have nostalgic for here, and everything is wiped out very quickly, leaving no trace of capture. But even if people don't capture what is left here, there is still one thing, and that is the soul. The soul has stayed here. It is because the soul that has stayed here, so there are many things left here. When he said it, everyone else was shocked. What? How could it be possible? Since it was the soul woodman who discovered this fact first, he exclaimed. This is totally impossible. Is the soul thing possible? Could it be said that people can really be wiped out in an instant? Really wiped out? It's impossible. The soul will only get immortal life and cannot appear only. What do you mean? It's found that the soul is destroyed here, right? Don't say anything. Let's get out of here as soon as possible. There has indeed been an extremely tragic war here, and this person is particularly capable. He can control the souls of others. But if even the soul can be destroyed by it directly, you think how terrible this person is. So it is wrong for us to stay here. We have to leave here quickly. Let me tell you the truth. None of us here is his opponent. If he finds out, or if he is hostile to us, he will definitely kill us. We don't even stay with our souls. We want to copy other people's things. It's a joke. I've never encountered such a powerful thing. This is the first time. I guess this person can even wipe us out in one fell swoop, without leaving us with any chance to breathe. Which means that we don't have any ability to fight him. He has this ability, but we don't. This is terrible. This fact makes them afraid to stay here for one more second, even if they don't want it for a second, so they turned around and ran, running like fireworks, and disappeared in a blink of an eye. This is reality. They only bow their heads in front of power. Chapter 281. In the other part of the Hokage building, the third generation carefully held a cup of tea. He was drinking the tea while listening to Kakashi's serious report to him. But soon he was surprised to drop the cup of tea on the table. He stood up very fast, so Kakashi felt very surprised. It stands to reason that Kakashi thinks that these three generations are well-informed old guys. Now that they will show such a difficult situation, they should be completely shocked. I really suspect that he will twist his waist just now. This waist, when you say that you are too old, You are so excited when you say you don't protect the point. Be careful to get angry. I don't dare to say that when thinking about it in my heart. I just looked at the 3 generations respectfully. How can this happen? How can it be true that what you said is true? You have seen it with your own eyes. You mean that Senju's Eugene will not only know what you know, but also the uniqueness you have. It's true or false, and it will be something of a second-generation adult. And Shui Dun has performed extremely well in this respect. How could it be possible? Are you sure you saw it? Kakashi nodded very sincerely, making sure that everything he saw was true. In fact, his performance was exactly the same as that of 3 generations of adults. He felt very surprised, but such a small child was completely ignored by him. But the potential he showed was better than others, which surprised me very much. He couldn't even believe what he saw, if others said he couldn't believe it. But if he saw it with his own eyes, there is no reason for not believing it. What the eyes see is not true. Then what is true? Thinking of this, he sighed. It was really terrible. Is there anything more terrifying in this world? No more. There is nothing more terrifying than this. Only what he suspected is not valid. He sighed again, thinking of this. If there is no problem with my eyes, then everything I see is true. In fact, it is true. And you did not see it, my lord. The strength of the hand-handed post is really strong, obviously higher than Yuki. Yuki looks like a genius boy in our eyes, but in Senju Zuma's eyes is nothing. You don't know how good Senju Zuma is. For me, I have never seen such a good one. Child. Moreover, he hides himself so well, as if he is inferior. At the time, I thought he would drag everyone back, but now it seems that everyone would drag him back. It seems that many things in this world cannot be based on the first impression, and many things are still beyond our expectations, which is really terrible. The 3 generations laughed and felt very happy. If there are such powerful people under their own hands, it is more or less a guarantee for them. He knows that there are not many outstanding talents in this world, and the truly outstanding people are even rarer, so he knows that once he meets such a person, he must protect him wholeheartedly, and let him contribute to his future. Regardless of the reason, they are fighting for their own efforts, not for others. I know, but his surname is really rare anyway. As for what he knows, let's just keep it so. Don't tell anyone, but the master girl really annoys me. You said why she did this and why she should tell a child all these things. Besides, this age is an age of activity. After learning so many forbidden techniques that shouldn't be learned, I will talk about it anyway after the master returns. He had a meal. He was really too. Kakashi pulled the corner of his mouth helplessly. This is not the question he is considering now. Why should he consider this? Don't you think about how to deal with the issue of handling? In any case, the matter of Senjuzazu is very important. Can't you see it? It is possible that he still lives in the original place and has not changed. Perhaps the previous situation did not wrong him in that place, but now that Senjujama has shown such strength, wouldn't it be too bad to live in that place? But now the 3 generations will never allow it. Senjujutsuma will continue to stay in their family, because the Yuki family counts nothing to them. Not even a fart for 3 generations. They smoked a cigarette and drank again Zao tea. I feel very comfortable. He felt very gratified because of the appearance of such a talented person as Ganzao's Eugen, and he knew that he would be depended on in the future. In this world, only the fist is the king. It is useless to say anything. Only the fist can win everything for himself. Only the fist can speak on behalf of oneself. And all of this depends on one's own ability to change. If you don't have the ability to change all of this, everything will become the same as before, even to the extreme. And all this is what he should endure, or it is a kind of gain and cost of his own in the process of endurance. He knows what to do, or he knows more about what to do in the future. Chapter 282. Those you said are actually too scary, and I also feel very surprised. So let's wait for him to come back. We will put it into a mode, called Forbidden Surgery category. What do you think? To me, I think we should be prepared at any time. We have to keep people like this kind of talents so that we can't let the family disappoint us. In any case, I can't let him live with the Yuki family guys. This is not fair to us. Why do we supervise them? It's not because we want to select a particularly outstanding talent from them. Let him take control of his future destiny, and we must check all this. Kakashi's mouth twitched again, feeling that everything he was considering seemed to be wrong, but he didn't know what to say. But after all, he should say that no matter what happens in the future, his own responsibility is not 840 big. But he also knows very well that the 3 generations of adults are a particularly stubborn old guy. They act according to their own ideas at all times and never care about others. It is because this old guy never cared about others, so many things were irreparable. But I don't know why he has an inexplicable respect and inexplicable worship for the 3 generations of adults. This sense of worship makes him feel that he has become alienated regardless of his identity, and has become a friend regardless of the alienation and gap of age. But he didn't know that the 3 generations had 3 generations of considerations. His considerations were something that Kakashi could not understand. And the things that say Kakashi was worried about were actually known by the 3 generations. 3 generations didn't say it because he knew that some things hadn't reached that point. So there was no need to make it clear that if this matter was exposed quickly, it would be harmful to them. 3 generations of adults. I think we should move closer to the Hyuga clan now. The adults should also be very aware of the Hyuga clan. Their eldest lady is really a very entangled matter. And if that happens, we will do it in the future. Not easy to explain. It is impossible for them to participate in this construction again, but for us this kind of loss is also great, and I am not sure what we should do. And this time, Naruto-sama may still be angry with us anyway. This is not what we see, nor is it what we want to see. After Kakashi finished speaking, he frowned and looked at the 3 generations of adults. In fact, he didn't want to manage these things, let alone do them. It is harmful and unprofitable for him, but he has no choice but to fulfill his responsibility in this position. If he is not in this position, he will not care about what they do. But now it's not the fact that you have to face such things. If you don't even care about yourself, then in the future, who will take care of such things and let others take care of them? Thinking of this, he sighed. It is naturally impossible for others to take care of him. But if he is really replaced by someone else, he may feel sad or even sad. This may be something he has been struggling with. But until the end of the entanglement, he realized that some things seemed difficult to deal with, but they were easy to deal with when they really happened. The process of this kind of thing may be complicated, but once it is really done, it may feel uncomplicated. 3 generations felt very uncomfortable with Kakashi's words. To be honest, he was worried about this kind of thing, but he could not solve it by worrying about it himself. Now the most important thing is not here, in other places. Because of Hyuga Japanese food and Big Brother Hyuga Nissa, they have joined together to come here. They do not want to lose this opportunity. This war is of great significance to them. They naturally know that many things do not need to be notified by them, and they will naturally pass it through. Other channels can know it, so there is no need to move closer to them. At this moment, Hyuga's brows were frowned tightly, as if pinched by something, and 2 bumps appeared. He stared at the 3 generations of adults tightly, a little aggressive. And the 3 generations naturally knew why he wanted to do this. It was nothing more than the feeling that the current capable people were on their side, and they had no capable people on their side, so they were full of hostility towards them. But the more so, the happier they were. I want to ask my lord, who is giving you the right? Why do you want to do this? What do you think our Hyuga clan did wrong, or do you feel sorry for you? Why do you treat us like this? Why so far, our Hyuga family is still being dug up by others, we have nothing left, and don't you know what these represent? What are you doing? You want to tell them or you want to tell us the result? We are willing to do this. I really don't know why. 3 generations of adults are smart people. Why did they get confused and did such a stupid thing in the end? I can't believe it. If they didn't say it personally, I wouldn't believe it. Chapter 283. The 3 generations of the other party's anger and Kakashi were both in their eyes. It was obvious that they had come prepared, and it was Lake Sing's teacher who came to ask the crime. But since they are so angry, there is a reason to be angry, and they feel sorry for them. So the 3 generations looked a little embarrassed, and Kakashi was even more embarrassed when he just coughed. I don't know what to do. People say that they don't know how to deal with it, maybe only confession. 3 generations can imagine that. According to his current way of speaking, he is so sharp, but he just wants to make himself unable to say what he should say. This is cruel to him, and he doesn't want to face such a price. The eldest lady of Hyuga's family is now on the way back. I don't think you need to worry so much about how aggressive you are. I know you make sense, but we can't tolerate you doing this. We must know that our 3 generations of adults are also considering the overall situation, not for personal profit. If we do such things for personal matters, you can blame us. Since we are considering the overall situation, you don't have to treat us like this. Do you think it's fair? We are also doing our best to do things. We are also doing things for everyone. The career is not our own. Have you ever thought about these things? Adults are not important to us. What we value is the security of the overall situation and the importance of the overall situation. If you do not even care about these things, then how can others care about them? I believe that an adult is not a confused person. Why do we have to ask us like this? The 3 generations of adults have a large image. He is not talking to you at this moment because you don't know what to say. You should not be so aggressive. But here Kakashi had just landed 3 stars, and he had brought their students here long ago. They passed through all the way, and seemed very happy. Of course, they will be very happy after they have won the war. The moment the 3 generations saw them, the old face suddenly let go of smiles and smiles full of folds and wrinkles, but he ignored these. Anyway, old man, as long as he is happy. Moreover, seeing the treasures of them, the kind of happiness in his heart is definitely not fake, because he knows that in the future he will rely on these people to make his family rich, or to rely on these people to get peace and peace. These are things that I have pursued for a lifetime, but I will see hope in them. But I am surprised. Although very unexpected, this is a fact that I cannot deny, and I can never be as powerful as them. Nizu and Hyuga quickly stared at them and took a good look. This is the group of amazing students. I want to see how powerful they are, but no matter what the reason, they have a little awe of Senjujima in their hearts, and they feel that their goal has been achieved anyway, because they were holding Xiaochushin in their arms. This was what they wanted, and it felt very happy to walk over and hold Xiaochushin in their arms and kiss and tease them. Finally brought the children back. Their goal is achieved. There is no need to continue to entangle here. And Senjuzuma also knows that their goal is Xiaochushin. The 3rd generation is also a good person. Seeing them so happy and comforting them after seeing the stitches, they saw that their hearts became calm when they were too much, and then they sighed inexplicably. Beg flowers. I fucked them really good enough. Seeing that my goal had been reached, there was no need to stay here and continue to struggle, and I left. Seeing the back of them leaving, the 3 generations have his tone. These people are all purposeful. Only when they feel that their goals are achieved can they be satisfied, and they even have an endless hope for more satisfaction. I have great expectations of you for this mission, but I never thought you would do so well. It has exceeded my imagination. I am very happy for you. 0 In other words, you have reached a state of worship. I think you are very powerful. In my opinion, there are many kinds of powerful in this world, but you are the one who makes me feel fulfilled the most, because you are my students and my children. You are the best among my children. Your performance did not disappoint me, not even a single bit of disappointment. So I love you from the bottom of my heart. Children, I know that you are exceptional. This war has consumed all your energy for you. I hope you will go back and have a good rest later. And all the rewards for all these tasks will be sent to you, and there will be no less points, and some additional rewards will be added to you, which are actually rewards for you. Just for your joy in the future, you should understand my intentions. I am older, and some things are not what I can do, but you should understand what I express. If you understand, I hope you will like it. Yi. Chapter 284. After that, they awarded various awards to Senjujima, and they announced on the spot that they would. The two people, Tezuma and Yuaki, stayed behind, and used the tricks they used on the battlefield. The number is written into the scroll again, as a preservation and as a history. The next 3 generations did something to reward them, but also to others, in order to let others spread. The most mysterious ninja here will be produced, and their code names are Black Lightning and Double Shura. Such code names look very tall, and their purpose for doing so seems very mysterious. But only Senjuzuma knows what is behind these things and what is the meaning of exhaustion. The wood industry has completely lost its golden light. These things are special to them. Don't be a big blow. What is needed most at this moment is a cardiotonic agent, and the function of this cardiotonic agent is 25. Reflected on myself and Yuzi. But they know there are such people, but they don't know who these two people are. They are even less clear. These two people will actually be reflected in the two children of Yuaki and Senju, in the body. What does this mean? It may mean that it will be stronger in the future and the opportunity for development will be bigger. The boring life may have just begun. For them such a task has already. It's not weird to do one after another. Many of the shinobi who have been studying here for a long time, they know that here, it's just the patience of the process and the long wait and long practice. Even the never-ending test. That's all. The Sleeville mission is completely over. 1 week after the end. The combination of team, they have been doing another task, and the difficulty of this task increases a degree, called a prefect level mission. But this prefect level task seems to have really increased the difficulty. But for some people, it seems to be just a boring activity of catching chickens, dogs, and cats. This boring one is no more. Something that shouldn't be boring. I felt in Senjuza that it's better to sleep than to sleep. In the past 2 days, they ran for a long time in search of a lost kitten. In the process of running, I experienced a lot of happiness and joy of life for them. This is also the same. An opportunity for growth. But this task is too low level and too boring. That's why they feel that they are treated like idiots. But Senjujima was not in a hurry. He felt that no matter what he did, or they don't need to do anything more, because their own purpose is not here. His purpose depends on. It seems to be not noble, or it seems a bit boring. But no matter what it is, he knows that if he wants to, he can always find himself. Do things that are happier, and now you may be able to find things that make you more tired to do. So he knows very well that if he doesn't do anything at this moment, it's like a boring one. The same as a man, but the kitten has been found. I went to find another old man, this old man lost. I don't know why, maybe there is a memory problem. So I give the direction of home. Confused. Cayenne Zhao's humor suddenly felt that this age was getting older, human. Sometimes it was really sad. But, no matter what the reason, sad things can always happen at any time, and things that are not sad. It can always happen at any time. But regardless of the reason, if you can't see clearly, what's happening now can only be. Say that he is a stupid man, and this stupid process may have to pay a price, and he didn't know whether the price was high or low. The only thing that makes him feel very pleased is that the task completed last time is, for the first time, the highest point of seamless cooperative battles appeared, and they received a lot of good luck value awards. Lee even reached 300,000. There are more than 6,000 points of overall quality, which is a great gain for them. They are also very happy. They are so happy that they know that they originally thought 3,000 points. It's already very high. but it's unexpected that it will reward them with more than 6,000 points of comprehensive element 46, 3 quality. This point was speechless to him. 1,000 hands stared at it, and this page glanced and felt. Psi is really amazing. My current performance can be directly promoted once it reaches 1-star level. Naturally, 3,000 points and 6,000 points will be directly reduced to 5,000 points. Either add or subtract, no matter what kind of distance, the number you want. It's still a lot worse. I have to reach 10,000 points. It's only 6,000 points. The goal is so much worse. This would make him feel anxious, but Senju Zuma also knew that according to the current timing, there is no need to be busy. It is necessary to do so in order to improve your own strength. But it was because after watching Yuzi's performance in all aspects, he discovered that although I did improve too quickly in terms of strength, some things did not reach perfection or perfect integration. This is really hard for him. He knows what pain is behind the adult and sad. Chapter 285. Yuki's performance in some strengths surprised him. He actually showed. That surprised myself even more. He really is an excellent child. No wonder it is the heaven they think. Talented person. This one point makes them think that such a person is rare, so they must put Yuki. Training, and Senju Zuma can't be ignored. Because of her own support, Senju sometimes has to admit that Yuki, his own foundation has been very solid and very deep, which makes him very relaxed. The heart is also very pleased. So I thought about it. I can use this time to be more or less self-improve. At least once the writer reaches the level you require, you may be better than you think. More powerful. Instead of being like this, there will only be a relatively low-level dynamic vision. Release 1. The little illusion can't be smaller. The other things are still nothing, but they seem to understand a little bit, but it doesn't seem to be anything when it comes to mastery. Did not reach the so-called professional standard of others. So these days, although he feels like it's boring, and what he's doing is boring, but he knows he's been asking about. I want knowledge of spiritual practice. In any case, he had a pleasant and fulfilling life. It's harder to be happy today. The weather is very good, and the sun is shining overhead. Spicy makes him feel very comfortable. And Senju Zuma and Yuki even and 3 stars teacher, Kobayashi and others, in a roasting shop, roasting powder in the sun, while eating, barbecue under the sun. But it is a very pleasant thing. Xilin looked a little dull. He looked listless. He looked like the teacher of the 3 stars. I feel a little bit angry because he knows very well in his heart. Anyway, if you keep being so bored, go. He really feels too low or weak. You should always find something very tall to do, but you also know your own abilities. Limited, not as good as Senju Zuma and Yuki. If you ask for it, it seems that you can't wait and feel too frustrated. So, thinking about how he should talk to the teacher about this matter, it would be better to change a task. If this continues, it is living in nothingness, which means that he is not in. Get what you want in a realistic life. You can be happy anytime, anywhere, and get the happiness you want most anytime, anywhere. These things are not precious to him. What he wants is knowledge and the ability to exercise. And these ability needs to be improved and demanded bit by bit. This is also a kind of restraint on self, and a manifestation of self. A strong ego must start from the ego. He knows very well. Teacher, I think, look at us staying here one day after another, and we do everything. It's a particularly boring thing and a particularly boring task, and it's meaningless. There is no improvement in strength. And these are looking for chicks today and puppies tomorrow. Find the kitten the day after tomorrow, and then find the lost. The old man's affairs should be left to other students. If it's not possible, teacher, look at this. It doesn't work. You go find 3 generations of adults and see if he has any tasks to give us. Even believable tasks. We are willing to be exhausted to perform instead of doing such a boring task. What? Please, don't let us do such taskless tasks anymore. it is too low. Such a logical task is not something we people should do. Isn't that a violent thing? And I have a passion to contribute here, but I don't have any chance. I say it's a kind of torture, really. Don't you think this kind of torture, teacher? Do you think does it make sense to do this? I believe the teacher will be as annoying as we are. Hearing Xilin's complaint, teacher 3 stars smiled helplessly, thinking that he too. In this way, it seems very boring. But it must be executed again. They are such a group of evil beings to do this kind of task. It will really feel like a paradise. But what can be done? They did the one mentioned last time. The perfection, even evil tasks that reach the perfect level. Up to now, it's because of the special circumstances of game's situation that it has not been made public. Although to them, it can be considered as a vain completion of a good task that is also considered refined. It can be regarded as an improvement in its own right. But apart from verbal rewards, they don't have anything substantial for them, and it means that there is no real reward, which is unfair to them. And because of this, Senja's Yuma has been in love for a week, even every day. I will tell myself that Sandai is a particularly stingy old man, and I hate Sandai. Generation of such people. I laughed bitterly every time I heard it, because knowing that he was right. The third generation was a relatively stingy old man, and he was so stingy that he was not even willing to give substantial rewards. These students, aren't they fooling others? Chapter 286. Teacher 3 stars stared at Xiaoyu and laughed, knowing that it was time to give the students an explanation. If they continue to fool around, these students will be very disappointed with themselves, to the point of complete disappointment. So he also knows which one is more important. Doing what? I know everything you said, and I haven't forgotten it. I'm working hard, haven't you seen it? In fact, I also know that you are all relatively motivated children, and your abilities are also particularly high. But even so, we can't see others clearly just because of this thing. Someone should do those tasks. Catching puppies and kittens, although they look very weak. But as long as we finish them carefully, there is nothing wrong with them. The intermediate exam will start soon. You have to be prepared. In this exam, you can't take it lightly. You can pass the exam just by thinking that you are great. Don't understand it like this. Doing the 087 hand post is just like talking to us for the intermediate exam. What a ghost. This is an amazing thing that I am looking forward to very much. Although it is not a ghost. In any case, he is also a performance to prove his strength. If you come to this world without taking a final exam, you have never been. It is as if you have been to a place. If you have not been to a particularly famous scenic spot in that place, you have never been to this place. Yuki's eyes are fiery, he thought in his heart. If he really took this exam, how should he perform well? Suddenly I feel that I am a guy who loves to show up. But I can't help my personality with such a little gene. He thought he had done a lot for this village. But up to now, it seems that I have not done anything special except catching chickens and dogs. Up to now, I have been fighting alone. This is not my goal. Because he has a cousin with him, he can help him get a lot of victories, which makes him very relieved. But what Ganzhao Zhujin has always worried about is Shishui hiding in the dark. If this time comes, this guy still wants to fight alone and fight alone. They are just joking, are they all fools? I still feel that these people are not his genealogy at all, not his food. But no matter why Senja Juan is very clear, he must not relax. And the monitoring of this person must not be neglected at any time. This person is neither an enemy nor a friend to him. The more he is like this, the more embarrassing he feels. Although he is not an enemy, he is definitely not a friend. He may become an enemy, but he is definitely not a friend. There is only such a possibility between the hands of the hand. So I calculated in my heart that even 2 full months have passed since the time of his own work. And these 2 months are considered to be like years for him. He knows what he is worried about, and he is worried that such a thing may happen at any time, and he knows the probability that it will happen. Chbb. He even understands that if he doesn't treat it well, more terrible things will happen, and he is unwilling to face this process. and he is even less willing to accept it. Yuki even noticed some obvious changes in the family. After careful consideration, he felt that he should tell his cousin about this matter. The answer he got was what he wanted, but it was a bit unexpected. The cousin's answer is that because Kyubai's attack on the village has been magnified by all the people, or their contradictions are intensifying step by step, it is impossible to ease the situation. In other words, they can only be enemies in this life, not friends. Yuki's desire now is obvious. He knows that he must become stronger, and only when he is strong can he protect the person he wants to protect. If you don't become strong and act like a weak person, everything you do is false, and everything you say is false, and that can't be guaranteed. Can you say some empty words to protect the safety of your loved ones? Is it necessary to say some empty words to protect the safety of others? This is simply a joke to myself, and he cannot tolerate such things happening. This meant that he would never have seen such a thing happen, because he knew very well in his heart what he could get from what he did in the process. Either get some comfort, or get some reward, or get the safety of others. No matter which kind, you will feel satisfied. All kinds of patience for the future may burst in an instant, or it may be relieved. But no matter what the reason, he knew that they should grow up or strengthen themselves, and even make silent struggles and arguments. But these things cannot be told to his brother. If my elder brother knows, he will be angry with him, because he thinks that his ambition is too big, which is not a good thing after all. And being too obvious is not a good thing. He knows that his cousin is for his own sake, but he just can't bear this kind of thinking. Chapter 287. When Xiaolin heard the teacher say this, he felt happy as if he was holding something. He knew the reason for his happiness, because he finally felt the joy of everyone working together. Because I also know that I may get more news in this written test and exam, and what these news means to me, but it is also clear that if I fail in this exam or do not perform too badly, it will only make others more disappointed, and I will also be disappointed. This is absolutely not allowed to happen, and it is absolutely impossible to happen to yourself. It is a child who is more competitive and eager to beat the 360s, and often pursues perfection or almost harsh in one thing. But I also know that behind perfection is one's own dedication, and it can never be the sacrifice of a poor person who is struggling to get the perfect request. He is not such a person. He knows that the perfection is often behind his usual efforts and self-discipline. Teacher, is what you said is true? The intermediate exam is about to start. Isn't that great? And we have 2 live treasures here. Don't you know? Yuki and Ganzuzumo will soon be promoted to the next level. Now they are taking the intermediate exam. Are they about to start the advanced exam? I really envy them. I just want to know how you are so great. I have always dreamed of becoming someone like you, but I don't have such an opportunity. But I am afraid of being your hindrance and dragging you down. For me, I feel that I will not get through, and I will be particularly sad. I hope you will not despise me. After finishing talking, Xiaolin looked down and looked very unhappy, but the feeling in his heart slowly became sour and very painful. He also knew that he was afraid of becoming another burden and that he was afraid of dragging others back. And Yuki and Senjujima are so good. 2 people, they are much better than themselves. The more such a good person will make them feel stressed, and they will be more motivated. But in the process of making progress, I am afraid to make myself more difficult. No one can understand such a painful process. Ganzuzuma naturally knew what Xiaolin was thinking, but he was worried that he was dragging them back. He was also a comrade in arms. Why should he have such a worry? So he smiled and patted the table heavily. He seemed very confident, and he seemed to be deliberately ridiculing, because he knew very well that in this way, it was easier for Xiaolin to accept their kindness and accept their tolerance and acceptance of Xiaolin. I said, Kobayashi, what are you thinking about? These days, we are secretly talking with Yuki and our 3-star teacher, preparing for some exam preparations for you in the near future. That is, Special training. We are now surprised and pleasantly surprised by the news that we have received. I know that each of us is striving for progress, so someday we will start such special training with you. Do you think it is okay? If you have no opinion, we will officially start. And we also know that you are a kid who likes to be motivated. We are the same as you. We all like this way, so we are more able to get along. Our classmates all hope that everyone becomes better, and even hope that the blue is better than the blue, because our three-star teacher is so cute. He wants each of us to grow up, and even grow quickly. We will never disappoint the three-star teacher's expectations of us, do you think? After speaking, Ganzuzuma looked at Kobayashi very sincerely, and at the same time glanced at the three-star teacher, and the two guys Yuki who were sitting in the distance and smiling all the time. They froze for a moment as if they didn't understand. But I quickly understood, and quickly nodded to Xiaolin, as if he was approving of this matter. Xiaolin couldn't believe that everyone would be so kind to him, and he couldn't believe that they would take him so seriously. He bit his lip tightly. After only saying thank you, his head silently squatted down with tears in his eyes. He was really touched, and especially touched. He never expected them to be so good and care so much about their own feelings. They are so good. It turns out that there are such friendly people in this world who will become such good friends. And I was so lucky to be in a class with them in 3.3. So I am very satisfied. It seems that this luck is really good. It is my luck and honor to be able to be in a class with them. In fact, he knew very well in his heart that no matter what, he was a person who understood the thoughts of others and was able to consider others. What he was moved now was that he felt that the big guy saw his thoughts. They hadn't discussed it at all, but they had such a thought for a while, fearing that he would feel sad. The more so, the more precious it would become. He must cherish this opportunity. Chapter 288. In fact, Xiaolin also knew that Ganzu Shijian didn't know what he had eaten, which would make him so smart, and he even understood that other people's minds can be considered for others. This is much better than himself. But he was so powerful, even better than Yuki. He just smiled and ate the barbecue in front of him helplessly. He was thinking about what Kobayashi is good at. Kobayashi is best at swordsmanship, but he doesn't seem to know these, but only the most basic ninjutsu and physique. That's it. Originally planned to practice immediately under the guidance of Kanmoto Sakura in his body. Other things, or understand the advantages of others, suggest review. But because some things have been stranded and never really realized, what I am thinking about at the moment is just how to show the best performance at the best time, so it is cheaper for my 29th brother who loves to show off. Given him this opportunity, it needs the cooperation of cleaning insects to happen in a thorough situation, and radical changes can also have unprecedented power. But what to do now? The big talk has already been said, and the cowhide has also been broken by myself. Is it possible that I have to slap myself? But I don't know what I should do. Should I give Xiaolin some of his own skills? But what kind of skills do you have? Is it necessary to teach him spiral pills? Yes, there is Helix 1. Yes, I want to teach him Helix 1. I laughed suddenly when I drew the hand column. He seemed very happy, as if thinking of something happy. Yes. Why did I forget this? Really, trademark, it's a wooden head. I can use my own skills to teach Kobayashi Helix Pill. This trick is very smooth from beginning to end, and even has unlimited potential. This look is what I want. Several of them laughed inexplicably at the dry hand post. They didn't know what happened. They just exchanged strange eyes. Hey, what's wrong with this guy? Do you like to laugh like this every day? It looks like this dementia, but he seems to be much smarter than me. He doesn't look like a dementia at all. Since he is not a dementia, why should he behave so terribly? There was a big laugh between the dry hands, and even the two big tiger teeth were exposed. It was so cute. I have never seen such a cute boy. But the three-star teacher said silently in his heart, I am fucking Uzi. Do you understand? Do you know? Your brother is really a very strange person. Yuki seems to understand the mind of a three-star teacher, silently shook his head. We can't care about my brother, we can't understand his mind. He is not a normal person, and we are not a normal person. So it's not a normal person. When they encounter a more abnormal person, they have no normal words to speak. Their eyes exchanged for a while and they ended completely. Kobayashi and teacher Sankexin both smiled sullenly and smiled again, nodded, picking up the chopsticks and continuing to eat their own barbecue. The barbecue in front of them attracted their attention, leaving nothing else for the time being. After eating the yakiniku and returning to their residence, Yuichi Ganzou's humor looked very excited. Because of the yakiniku just now, they looked happy and ended the dinner. Their mood improved inexplicably. One file. They feel that from the original loneliness and loneliness it is what kind of process and what a happy day to feel fulfillment. They were still smiling in front, and soon someone told them to go to Full's study to find Full. Ganzujima and Yuichi were surprised. Why do you want to find Full? They had strange looks in their hearts and strange looks in their eyes. Full looked at them only happily and smiled, as if very happy. His performance is strange to them. What do I mean by fucking him? Is there something wrong with this person? Wasn't it because we were looking for something we shouldn't think about in the middle of the night? But it was only after a while in my heart that I coughed 560 and looked at Full with a serious face. Yuichi and Ganzu's Eugene are exceptionally good. I have always known that you are exceptionally good. If I remember correctly, did you successfully complete an sleevel task before and completed it perfectly? Almost harsh. I believe that you are the best among all the students I represent, and you are the most comprehensive and responsible. I am proud of you and proud of you. I believe that it will be a great honor for us to have students like you in our school, and you know this better than I am. Yuichi and Ganzuzuma nodded their heads. He didn't say anything, because he believed that Full was able to do these things and must have known it through other channels. But it doesn't matter to them through what channel, since this matter has been known by him. It only means that the things that should be known will not be hidden from others sooner or later. Chapter 289. Seeing Ganzuzuma and Yuzi nodded at each other, he did not deny that he was inexplicably calmer. To be honest, he hadn't actually participated in a mission for many years. He just completed an sleevel mission many years ago. He knew what sleevel missions often meant and how difficult he was. The two students had to complete such a task in the elementary period, and the demands on them were too high, but they unexpectedly all completed the task perfectly, and even achieved almost perfection without any flaws. Thinking that their two children are likely to be the representatives of the first dangerous section after the ultimate mission, he worried a lot for them inexplicably. From wherever they looked, they were two young children who didn't know anything, and they didn't know everything, but the older they were, the more they made him feel that these two children were not simple, especially not simple. He knows what he is thinking, but his worries are not superfluous. In any case, he can be regarded as an old world. He can't deceive himself without hiding many things. He has seen through many things, often because he has seen through. So in front of many things, he was too transparent, because he knew that his purpose was to protect himself. If he couldn't do anything in front of self-protection, it would only show that he was stupid, and such stupidity often has to pay a price. He knows how tall such a person is. He knows better in his heart that he will either give his life or give all, but no matter which kind, as long as he is willing to pay, he will eventually arrive. Fuck me, if the old thing of the third generation really caused the two children to make some mistakes or something wrong, I will definitely not bypass the old thing. Fuck, I really don't know what to think. Why should we let two excellent children do such a dangerous thing? Even if we have to think about it, but he doesn't even think about it. This is simply embarrassing us. And it's bullying no one of us. I'm really convinced, no matter what, in the end, if I see any of these two children go wrong, I will definitely not spare him. Old things. Wait for me. The wrong decision you make will pay a price. I want you to know that there are many people in this world that you can't afford. Don't think you can do whatever you want. Disagree. I firmly disagree. Ganzuzuma and Zizi felt the thoughts in his heart at the same time, but they felt the special warmth inexplicably, and the warmth made them breathless. Although the last words were not said, Senzuzuma knew that he was fundamental. You don't have to guess, you know what the person wants to say. After the Kyuubi incident, the Uchiha clan was more or less affected by great volatility and turbulence. When you went out to buy a vegetable, you could see those people deliberately wandering on the street, even raising the price of the vegetable extremely high, confirming that they can't stand it. It really can't. 2 days ago, my little aunt was going to go out to buy some food and come back to improve the food for them, and she was already ready. When it was agreed that the price should be paid, the vegetable vendors increased their prices more than 10 times. This is an obvious bullying. The aunt is kind, so she didn't want to care too much with them. But it doesn't mean that you can agree that those people can bully people so aggressively. This is definitely not possible. Why do you do this? Isn't this bullying a woman's family? Later, a person quietly rushed over to the dry hand post and gave the vegetable vendor a severe lesson. Unexpectedly, instead of helping the little aunt, it caused trouble to the little aunt. They all recognized that this person was their Uchiha person, and it was their person who hit their vegetable vendor because they bullied the weak, which made them a little bit unscrupulous. Ganzao Zujin never thought that he would cause such a big trouble to my aunt, so I felt very guilty. Seeing what the little uncle wanted to say later but couldn't say it, he felt very sad. In any case, he was the little uncle, and that was the pro-aunt. Has everything changed? Wang's everything has changed. No matter what kind of feeling he feels, he doesn't feel good in his heart. Even Yuuki feels very nervous inexplicably. He knows that the real test is yet to come. What are these? It doesn't count. If you can't even stand this test, I'm afraid the future things will not be able to withstand even more. Seeing how nervous the two children looked, he just smiled. Knowing what the two children were thinking, he just felt that he was warm. But he was their relatives, so how could he not warm them? If something really happened to them, they would definitely not feel well, nor would they feel too well. I knew this very well. Chapter 290. My children, I know that you are exceptionally good. I have never forgotten this. But you must remember that your life safety is the most important thing, and nothing else is important. I don't value those external achievements, because I know what your abilities are, and I also know that in the days to come you will perform better than now. In other words, no matter what happens, I will stand by your side to protect you, and I will not let you down, understand? No matter what you have done, I know that you are responsible children. I will support you behind my back and give you strength. I will never fear any dark power, because they are not worthy or worthy. In this world, only I am willing, and no one dares to force me to do things I don't want, including bullying you. I will carefully appease you when you hear the little uncle's endless talk. Fan comforted words. It seemed a bit inexplicable. She didn't react yet. The little aunt walked in from outside, and she opened the door herself. The little aunt looks very beautiful. Although she is older, she can be beautiful after having a child. Senjujima thinks that there are very few women in this world who are more beautiful than the little aunt. She has never seen a woman more beautiful than her. The little aunt is more feminine. Therefore, gentleness in this world is often invincible. A woman who has gentleness is often not far from beauty. Beauty is often the magic weapon to win. It can help a person overcome everything at any time. That is the gentle energy and kind energy. Kaien Zaozu watched her aunt in a puzzled manner. In any case, the little aunt in this study usually does not come in, because it is the private domain of the little uncle. This time, the little aunt didn't even say hello, and rushed in. How much I think Abki's a bit abrupt. But Senzuzuma also knew that he must have felt that the little uncle was saying too much, so he walked in and interrupted them silently. The little uncle stared at the two children awkwardly, and then smiled after looking at it twice, laughing. Knowing that I said too much, I was annoying my wife. After the child was sent away, he looked at his wife and his wife gently and infinitely. No matter how they looked at him, they were all good and wonderful. But I also know that because of my own reasons, it caused a lot of trouble to his wife, made her feel very painful, and did not bring her a sense of security. and it would more or less make her feel uncomfortable. This is because I owe my wife, and I don't know when I will have the opportunity to make up for it. Didn't I tell you, this matter must be concealed? Well, don't tell your children. Do you know that Yuki and Ganzuzuma are still children? It's an adult. It would be too cruel to tell them this way. You think they are excellent. They have done a lot of things that they can't do, but even so, they can't hide their age defects. We can't deny this, so we must see this fact clearly. Don't embarrass them, let alone do things that make them angry. Doing so will make them feel uncomfortable. They will feel sad. For me, I don't want to see you, understand? Seeing her husband, looking at her helplessly, the little aunt probably felt that she was speaking a little bit more, so she sighed again, her mouth softly like water. She walked over gently and touched her husband's hand. Her husband's hand was wide and large, and looked very gentle. Perhaps she was moved by her husband's warmth at first, so that afterwards she always felt like marrying her husband. No regrets. There are not many people in this world who can treat themselves well, and the husband is one and the only one, therefore, I feel very satisfied. Marrying a husband may be the greatest decision in my life, or it may be the wisest choice in my life. But no matter what the reason is, once married, sometimes they will not abandon them, and will never leave their husbands no matter what happens. In many cases, husbands would rather sacrifice this for themselves. It is not that they don't know. He often knows that worrying is the inevitable loss of worrying. I know it's good for us to endure. I don't feel wronged, nor do I feel that they bully us about what I can do, and I won't let others do what I can do, and I won't bother others. Besides these things, how could some of you big men quarrel with them over something that shouldn't be? Wouldn't it make you look like him? I don't want to see you like this. I don't want to see you clash with others for me. I just treat it for my own children. I don't want anything. You understand? We should consider ourselves at any time, and we should also consider others. Those people bully us so much because they are wronged, and this wrongedness is given by us, so we undoubtedly have no responsibility to escape. Chapter 291. After listening to what his wife said, the little uncle seemed to understand some truths, and looked up. Tenyi sighed. After a long time, her face has become extremely vicissitudes, as if I understand a lot. Facts and unaccompanied. And behind these frustrations, there are many things that are destined to be unchangeable from the beginning. Even the wife can get it. And what does your son do not understand? It's just self-deception. I know this, I just hope Zizzy won't worry about herself, but my wife's worry. It is also what I worry about, and none of this has changed, never changed. After returning to the room where I was staying, Senzu's Eugene never wanted to think about the mess. Yes, it was in love, and felt his head was heavy, and he couldn't hold his head up, because so far many things have happened too long, and for myself, the current time is not yet, it is too early. If you plan for the future now, you can only say that you are stupid and that everything is changing. The sexual thing has not changed. I'm a kid, a little kid with a big fart and no use at all. If you really change, a lot of facts have changed, wouldn't it have fallen through everyone's glasses? They will doubt their origins and can only grow slowly. Slowly give them to self. Only then can we have autonomy and voice. What Kaien Zuzuma has to do now is to slowly recall what she once did. It was he who found a piece of paper and silently took the most exhausting spiral pill practice technique he had ever wrested. Is written on a piece of paper. He can see the shadow of the year and the best time for Naruto from the paper, and that time. In the most beautiful era, its cultivation is nothing but a self-description and self-cultivation. A process of goodness. But it is a specific process, without any defects, which in any case a trick. But with hundreds of times, there has never been an error, and there has never been a little bit from beginning to end. Dissatisfied moves. It took more than 3 hours for the whole time, and then Senjuzuma took whatever he could think of. All the details are written on a piece of paper. I will rely on this piece of paper tomorrow. This piece of paper can let Xilin improve his strength overnight. On the second day, I got up early in the Senjutsu column. He feels in a good mood and many things are good, like in his own control, but he also knows that he is far away from him because he is very happy. He came to the wood industry training ground. He thought there was no one today, but I couldn't think of it. It was Xiaolin who came earlier by himself, and the one standing next to Xiaolin was the teacher of 3 stars. The two of them have been standing by and staring at the venue, as if looking at something. Look, when I arrived at Xiaolin, he was not energetic. His eyes were loose and his hair was messy and messed up. Senzuzuma knew that this guy must have come before dawn. When I came here, I brought all the teachers here by the way. What do you want to do? Is it possible that I want to practice overnight? But I also know that the result of this kind of training does not depend on one session. Zai can do it. He also knows that Naruto used to rub balls with 2 people, even in his own life has completely changed. So I can't see clearly. He also knows that at this moment, the skill of his hands can even make people feel inexplicable. When I think about it, I don't feel baffled, because he is the most complete trick that can make myself complete. Face the whole thing ... middle ... seeking flowers middle ... That's really early. I thought I was the first one to come today, but it depends on you. Didn't sleep last night, okay? And Kobayashi, you always love to sleep no matter what. You don't sleep like this. Sun makes me feel so helpless. Seriously, you say this world. Sometimes I feel improved overnight, but such things are always so easy to talk about, but not so easy. I told you all, I will have a way to improve you overnight. But don't worry, you smell like your hair is messy and you don't have any clothes on. It's neat. I don't know what you are thinking. Come here. Let's consider the exam. Consider. 200. As soon as I saw that Senjutsu was coming, he followed Yuki, Kobayashi's name. With excitement, he ran over and jumped, and grabbed the arm between Senzazu. You are all here. I know I wake up very early, because you haven't heard a word. You should be slow to tell the stupid bird to fly first. Although I am stupid, I am diligent. As long as I am diligent, I believe I can make up for my shortcomings. I know you, very powerful. You are now my idols, and I know that one day I long for, become your person. But I may not be able to be a person like you, but I will definitely not regret it. Me too, will not be disappointed. I know you are very good to me. I work hard for my own but I also know that I should work hard. If I don't work hard, even if you do my best, it won't change me. I can't betray your kindness to me. Boo. Chapter 292. Senjutsu was immediately surprised when he heard this. The child actually knew this kind of thing when he grew up. But it was clear in my heart that no matter what happened, this child was good after all. Because some things are changing in Shilai, but behind the changes, a lot. Xiao Xiao will let himself have 1 or 2 goals to achieve. He feels right. But Kobayashi did not say a word, because Kobayashi also knew that he was not good at swordsmanship, and that is to say, this is not my strength. Since it is not my strength, why do I want to teach myself? However, Kobayashi's worries are precisely the pain points of Senjutsu, and he also feels innocent, very unaccompanied. Although I feel embarrassed, I also know that even if it's really embarrassing, it's self. I asked for it. People do it for their own good. If they don't even understand this, they can be called good for others. Is it just to show off your ability? Speaking of guilt at the end of O2, but according to Senzuzuma's ability, he would not admit defeat no matter what. Even if for a while, he won't have a lot of time to learn, while teaching Xiaolin can self-study. This is a dual skill. If you learn something like this from others, it takes a lot of time. So, it seems really awesome to talk about it, but it's just bragging. I said, Kobayashi, let's not entangle these things that shouldn't be entangled anyhow. You say right? Right? The skill I want to give you today is a magic weapon for victory, which can also be called killing hand steel. It's really amazing. It's much better than you think. If you don't believe it, we can rest for a while later. You will definitely know. And recently I have time to review it with you. You see how it is. Seeing the mysterious look of Senjujuan, Xilin was suddenly excited, thinking about the night. How did you tell Senjuzuma about this when you went up? I hope that what Senjuzuma teaches herself can be better, but she also knows what she wants. It's a bit too high, but I never imagined that I had thought about things for the whole night. But I got a word from Kaiane Zaozu. I got so excited. It turns out that the things that Senjuezu socialize with are much better than what I enjoy, beyond my imagination. But no matter what, I hope that I don't hold back the legs of the Senjuezu. So Kobayashi is excited. It's so terrible. He couldn't wait to rush up and hug him. Feel inappropriate again. Last night, I didn't sleep well that night. I kept thinking about it. In fact, Yuki is also very curious, asking all the way whether Senjujuma should teach Kobayashi what kind of ability, but Senjuzazu said nothing, a particularly mysterious look. No matter how you ask, I don't want to say, and Senjuzuma specially invited herself last night. Going with him this morning, this makes me feel very relieved. I don't know what will happen, make some changes, so this morning looks really a bit mysterious. But he never thought of teaching him the least skill, which really made him feel very tired. Besides, don't fucking do anything at that time. It's called Xianyan. It's abrupt. Thought. Thinking of this in my heart, I was a little worried about the Senjuzuma. The 3-star teacher came from a distance. He smiled and seemed very happy. The students help each other in harmony. The things I want to see most. Although Senjujuma and Yuki used to embarrass themselves unintentionally, let themselves. It's very embarrassing, but in any case, these students are so powerful and become stronger and stronger. Except for happiness, there is no jealousy in his heart. He is very proud because the best student is with him. They will eventually become, with their own pride, they will go out to face this world and protect this world on their behalf. Senjuzuma watched as teacher 3-star also came from a distance, and quickly pretended to be. He deliberately cleared his throat and looked unpredictable because he knew the teacher was a good teacher, but others are also very worried. In any case, I took the place of the teacher. This 707 point makes me feel very helpless, but he also knows that what he should do must not be abandoned. He must teach Xilin. The goal will never be lost, so he will deliberately let Kobayashi learn his own tricks. This is the only way to live up to everyone. I also live up to the expectations of my teacher and Kobayashi for myself, and I also know Yukiya. Bo is very worried about herself, because Yuki knows his details best. He knew that he wouldn't do any messy swordsmanship at all, so it's for Kobayashi's sake. It's hard for myself. But this one I once promised absolutely can't break my promise. We will start from step 1 today. I intend to teach Kobayashi the most basic, which is also very special. It means that Kobayashi's strength and list, which we learned in the first trick, will definitely be at the last moment. Help us. And the first step is the most difficult. But I hope you can learn this trick seriously. Is Muji Ninjutsu. Teacher 3 stars can't close his mouth in surprise. Ilgo, right? Chapter 293. Seeing everyone's expressions, Senjujuan knew that they were very embarrassed. As for the embarrassment, he decided to tell his plan regarding the training plan of Helix pills. It looks like this. Let me tell you the specific details and explain the spiral to you. How does Maru practice? In fact, everyone is very smart and can definitely learn the basics. Decisions on higher development. In any case, I learned this trick to no avail. The effect of ninjutsu in war is indeed, it's far more powerful than we thought, and unexpected results will be achieved. That's big. Home knows a lot. Although everyone knows this trick, it is the fame of our greatest 4 generations of adults. Stunning skills, but according to the current situation, there are not many people who have truly successfully practiced, only Kaka's I. Later it was 4 generations of adults. Only 4 generations of adults are scholars in the initial stage of cultivation, and the others are nothing. Senjujima said that he didn't go on here, and everyone seemed to be listening attentively. He smiled. intending to continue telling them this kind of thing. It's no good to talk too much, but if you don't talk about it, you feel it's not good. So he feeling embarrassed. In fact, everyone knows why the one who can cultivate up to now is the same as the one of the 4 generations of adults. There are not many people like this attack technique. Today I will show you in detail why. What? Scientifically and correctly understand this way, instead of continuing confusedly. So it's not good for everyone, and everyone knows that in our follow-up process. Many people have repeatedly emphasized a lot. But we are very clear in our hearts. This kind of thing should not be what they think it is, but what is the bottom line? You guys know better than I. The big guys nodded and didn't say anything. Senjutsu began to drill for them. Because I haven't determined what kind of procedure the exercise is before, so today I have some complicated. However, Senjutsu still feels that if according to the current method, each level, the gradual completion of paragraphs is not unreasonable. First of all, in the first stage, you must gather everything you have in your palm, especially chakra Nenkai. Chidori and Rachel continued to practice for them to use Chidori and Rachel's continuous activation skills. Instantly, the palm of the hand forms a more appropriate or vivid spiral image of chakra. This energy is visible to them. At the same time they were shocked when they saw it. The energy is the same as the God in their heart position, but being practiced by Senjutsu himself today, still shocked them. Already, can chakra canon really be so strong, or is it more terrifying than they thought? They don't know. What I have just practiced for everyone is paragraph 1, and I will continue to practice for everyone. The second paragraph, Lieutenant. The first paragraph of the drill is more complicated. Everyone should be optimistic. In the second paragraph, we have to face this kind of move wholeheartedly. Try your best to experience him, not self-understanding. There will be a lot of mistakes in this process. How will it require everyone to comprehend by themselves? I won't explain them one by one, Senjutsu said while releasing the chakras in his palms, letting them spread out. I also found out a lot of tools specially used as experiments, including balloons and the like. Finally, water added a lot of moderate temperature to it so that it can rise. Teng. The big guy saw this balloon filled with powder and water spread out, like a big country ball. In this way, I suddenly felt that the water inside was constantly rolling while releasing some energy. It's not a bad idea to let it break completely. Senjutsu kept injecting the palm of his hand into the chakra, while suddenly jerking the water ball. Touching it completely exploded. It looked so easy, as if there was no difficulty. In any case, Senjutsu's current skills is an adult who has mastered many kinds of sleevel. If you don't even control this well, it can only show that you are stupid. Then simply go outside to find a piece of tofu and hit yourself to death, so as not to be embarrassed. Yun is really amazing. Senjutsu is much better than I expected, but why is the same student better than me? Or I am foolish enough, no, hard enough, or too lazy less. This seems possible, but no matter which kind, since he is willing to teach himself, you have to study hard and live up to his expectations of yourself. Only in this way can you repay him. But now it seems to be really difficult, so easy in his hands. Why did I do it? It's that difficult. When other people watched Senjutsu's operation, Kobayashi felt a little sad and suddenly felt the gap with people is really big. Senjutsu is much better than himself, and nothing counts. It seems really embarrassing to continue like this, but I can't think of anything else for a while. The way to do this is just to watch the fans all this happen. The TXTs sent out are all abridged versions, with more chapters, all in the group. A group 10130827776. There are many big guys sharing TXT, there are many TXTs, updated every day. Welcome to exchange novels and help find books. Need to download TXT, private chat with me QQ3248445139. 10 unpublished books are updated every day in the group. Sent, updated every month. If you want the TXT, provide the website and help TXT for free! The content is not a picture! Is it a picture? See if you can copy the words. Chapter 294. Miss 3 stars and Yuki seem to have mastered them, and they learn the essence of the magic that Kaiane Zuzuma had just taught them, without leaving any traces. They even thought about how to break a balloon with ease like a dry hand post. With 3 stars, the teacher is all due to experience, so it is easy to control when it comes to control. And Yuki seems to be difficult to control without much experience in this area. In fact, for Yuki, he has no difficulty with these 2 types of ninjutsu. He is the ultimate developer and the last developer. The control of chakra energy is far above the 3-star teacher, even more powerful than him, and this is not the most important. The important thing is that watching those 2 people who seemed to have forgotten themselves suddenly felt terribly uncomfortable. If these 2 bastards weren't here to explain to them desperately, and keep showing them, how could they easily feel that they had learned so quickly? But seeing that 703 Xilin has been standing next to him very seriously and listening to him explain to him, I still feel very comfortable and very fulfilled in my heart. It is my honor to have such a student, and I have been a teacher anyway. Teaching children to read is indeed difficult, but teaching a more savvy child to practice spells makes me feel very fulfilled. Because he was also a student, he asked Xiaolin to give it a try first, handed him a balloon between the hands of the post, and left with a smile. Kobayashi took the balloon from the hands of the hands and took a look. He nodded at the hands of the hands with a very firm look but said nothing. Suddenly he kept condensing his own chakra in the palm of his hand and let chakra in it runs easily under its own rotation. He did this easily, but the chakra injected into the balloon next allowed the balloon to burst successfully, which really made him feel very embarrassed. He even tried several times, but failed to achieve such an effect. Ganshu Zujin watched Kobayashi try over and over again, unable to achieve that effect, stared at Yuki and the teacher helplessly, glanced again but said nothing. According to their current progress, don't they know that these 2 people are in such an embarrassing situation? Why do you want to do such a thing at such a time? I really don't understand. Yuki is a smarter person, he breaks a little, and naturally understands what his brother means. So he quickly looked at Kobayashi. Xiaolin, don't worry, take a good rest for a while. As the saying goes, you can't eat hot tofu if you are impatient. I think you still haven't calmed down your mood, so it's not strange that you have such a situation. Later, let's try hard and show him. I can't let my brother really look down on you. Do you think you are just a very good person in my eyes and you have never made any mistakes? The dry hand column is going to be angry. How does this guy talk? You say you are talking about it, and persuade others to be edb. Don't pull yourself up, and talk about what you are doing. It seems that you are very unreasonable when you say this, and you have to make jokes. He thought in his heart when the child became so bad, but he didn't say anything. He just watched quietly at Yuzi where he wanted treasure, and didn't know what Yuzi wanted to do. But when Kobayashi heard that Yuki comforted him so much, he quickly retorted. Although he did feel sad in his heart, he also felt that others would look down upon him if he could not learn. But if you are really afraid of being ridiculed by such a sarcasm, it looks like he is ruthless and unjust. He just hopes that Yuki never look down on himself, and hope that he will not look down on himself. Maybe we'll leave in time to fulfill everyone. Yuki doesn't seem to understand what Kobayashi is thinking at all, but it doesn't mean that Yuki is as dull as him. Yuki is very clear in his heart. Seeing Kobayashi's face, he knows what Kobayashi is thinking. He must be very sad. In fact, he wants to comfort him, but he doesn't know what to say. He has never understood what comfort is, but now it seems that he cannot be justified without comfort. Satsuki, in fact, you don't have to think like this. Really, if you are in our team, you don't have to worry about me, Yuki and the teacher. They all like you very much. And if we can't protect you, then forget it. We will do what is called a ninja. It's better to be a bear. Just go back to sell sweet potatoes or make a small business, and live in peace. Live the ordinary life of a lifetime, because we can do that, so we can protect your safety. Don't think too much about it. Even if you really can't learn, it's impossible to hinder us. I know you think too much. The more you think, the more pressure you feel. On the contrary, you can't learn well. Just relax and you will learn well. Chapter 295. It's okay not to talk about the dry hands, but Xilin's heart suddenly feels a little more guilty when he talks about it. More or less he dragged everyone down. If it weren't for himself, they wouldn't be so sad and passive. Maybe they all regard themselves as a weaker woman, a woman who needs to be protected. But what they said in their defense moved them very much, but they thought in their hearts that if they were a woman, they would have to marry Ganzuzumu anyway. Ganzuzu is such a warm person, why don't you have such fate? But I even hope that you can think clearly, don't be constrained by the situation in front of you, because I know you are very powerful and great. In the future, we will fight against them with Teacher Sanxinxing, and we will even fight side by side in the days to come. This is fate fun. If we go into battle together to kill the enemy and work together to become the guardians of this village, you say how powerful we should be. I like the legend of being guardians, and I prefer what they need. And you are the same, so you will work hard to change yourself. I believe you have this ability, and you have this ability. In my eyes I always think you are very powerful, especially powerful. You are much better than them. You are particularly motivated and smart. Behind the cleverness is your dedication and your diligence. We all see it. You are a particularly hard-working person, and we know that, so we never blame you. I want to teach you to take you up and become the starter of the Sleeville mission like us. The road is not far away. Don't give up on yourself and we will not give up on you. Let's work hard together. Don't think about it too much. Xiaolin was inexplicably happy when he heard what Ganzuzu Jian said to him. His mood was swept away just now, full of longing. It was really a wonderful thing and a wonderful imagination. I never thought that Yuzi was such a warm person. Song Yuan made me speechless, and the 3 stars teacher also began to look forward to it. Seeing Yuzi doing so hard, seeing the dry hands like this warm-hearted, and immediately moved beyond words. It seems that his student's ambition is really big, much bigger than his own ambition. To become the guardian of this village, you need and get the strength, even if his strength has reached the point of abnormality. If you really want to become a ninja is not so easy, but his goal is not to become a ninja but to surpass a ninja. Such an existence seems impossible. And among them, there are indeed people who are like geniuses. But nonetheless, what can be said, there is no one other than Xilin who is the most stressed. Even if Xilin didn't deliberately pull others' hind legs, his strength lies in pulling others' hind legs. The teacher was very clear in his heart but couldn't bear to say it, because he knew it was cruel to say it would make it hard for him to accept it. The kid Xilin is already very sensitive. If he says this again, he will be even more sad, and it will affect his future progress. So there are some things that need not be said. If you can help others, you don't have to step on your head and climb up. This is not a rule of being a teacher, let alone what he should do. The child's aptitude is similar to his own. Although he is average, he is very hardworking and motivated. He should really help him in this regard. But there are many students in this world who are more stoic than him. 0. Seeking flowers. 3 stars teacher feels that if they say something one day, it will really become a chance for reality to be realized. All people will follow them and become legends, and they will follow them. This is a good thing. Immediately after the dry hand post, he practiced a piece of the move that he had just practiced again. And Xiaolin continued to practice with him. This kind of thing needs comprehension, and this kind of comprehension is especially important. It is so important that they can't add to it, even thinking about what to do. In fact, it is not difficult to use a method of continuous repetition. The difficulty lies in how to master the measurement in this exercise during repetition. For example, when you take a knife all the year round, there will always be a few calluses, and the hand you don't hold all the year round will always grow other things, leading to chakras, and there will be many changes in certain effects. Therefore, I think that chakra is very likely to turn his output into input this way, which I cannot accept and feels very outrageous. Xiaolin, wait for you. That's it. You try another way to re-exercise what we have just practiced. I believe you will gain a lot. Really, you are a very smart person. I believe in you all the time. Our gain is by no means like what we just practiced, just a little bit, even more than we thought. If you are willing to believe in me, I believe you will get more opportunities for growth. Would you believe me? Really, you can rest assured to practice boldly. 1. Chapter 296 Chakra Energy. After listening to the detailed explanations given by Ganzuzuma and Yuaki and himself, Kobayashi thought in his heart that he could practice carefully in their own way later, without being too anxious. What they said is right. Growth requires a process, and you can't be too anxious. The consequence of being anxious is that you can't remember anything and forget everything. This is something you don't want to see. However, if the development process is too slow, it makes oneself irritable. Just now, a balloon that was still in his hand suddenly exploded, making an earth-shattering noise. Kobayashi was happily not knowing why, jumping and jumping on the ground, his heart blooming. He stared at Yuaki triumphantly, took a look at Yuaki, and the 3 stars teacher also looked excited, and turned his face. It clearly says that you all come to praise me. 06. I have improved. Yuaki and teacher 3 stars applauded Kobayashi frantically. They thought that applauding this student might inspire his upward mentality. And Xiaolin had forgotten all the things happily, so he could just take care of what they thought. Teacher, you just saw it. I just used my right hand to condense the energy of chakra. The speed is so fast that I can't believe that when I made such progress, I suddenly felt that I was amazing. Really amazing. Teacher, do you think if we use our left and right hands with each other? It is estimated that when the training is about to be completed, we will even go even faster. The moment 3 or 4 spiral patterns were issued just now, I only completed one of them. But I think that I have made a lot of progress. You can't demand too much of me, and I'm not as smart as you guys. I'm already very good without hindering everyone. This kind of progress is completely dependent on handwork in time. If there is no dry hand post, I might not make such rapid progress. Yuaki was also very happy. Seeing the 3-star teacher constantly cheering on Kobayashi, he felt warm in his heart, so he smiled and praised him. At this moment, I actually like to praise, hoping to praise the other party, so as to make the other party more proud or satisfied. Only in this way can he arouse his motivation to continue learning. If there is no such motivation, Kobayashi will soon become decadent, become nothing, and even become even more unbearable than before. This is their goal, but at some point it seems that it cannot be avoided. And only in this way can they arouse the spirit of victory in the opponent's heart. You and I never think you are stupid. I think you are like a treasure. In my eyes, you are a treasure full of treasures. Really, I think sometimes, we can't help but look at our emotions. Is too important. Sometimes you have made great progress. As a teacher, I have discovered that. But in many cases the dissatisfaction with you is not because of the speed and slowness of your cultivation, but because you feel that your mentality for victory is too great. This will easily lead you into other ways, which will be harmful to you. The things we learn are fixed, and there can be no ever-changing changes. You also know this thing. I have talked about it since you entered my class when you first entered school. Kobayashi nodded, knowing that what the 3-star teacher said was only loyalty. Although it is hard to hear, it is all the truth. If you can listen to it, it will help your future growth and progress. If you can't listen, you can only say that you are stupid. This point cannot be changed. It may also be that the teacher is completely disappointed in himself, but no matter what the reason is, he knows that what the teacher says can be listened to, and if not, the teacher is for his own good or not for harm yourself. Cayenne Zhao's humor smiled mysteriously, and didn't care when he heard the conversation between them. He suddenly stepped back a few steps quickly. His hands kept separating and entangled with each other, developing into a single knot. In just a few seconds, Kaiane Zaozuo Ato suddenly emitted flashes of lightning in the palm of his hand, and then flew up and down like a snake full of voltage, very far away. It made people stunned, unable to adapt to such a change, and the sudden change made Sanxing teacher, Yuuki and even Kobayashi look dumbfounded. They dare not look at what is happening in front of them, because they know what is happening in front of them, that they cannot reach the standard. They can only see but can't learn, and today's standard is nothing more than wanting everyone to learn with him. The more difficult things are learned once they are successful, then they will have a sense of accomplishment. Anyone knows something that is so easy. Learning it will not make them feel very fulfilled, and they will not be satisfied. This may be a Taoei achievement, but no matter which type it is, Senju Zuma knows that as long as he tries his best to teach them, he will definitely learn, and he must learn more in the process. Chapter 297. This trick looks very powerful, but it's actually a fancy. After you learn it, you will know that it has little effect, but it can still play a role that cannot be replaced by other things at critical times. I will explain it in detail later. Senjujuma has just finished talking here. Yuzi seems to understand it completely, and then suddenly realized. He vomited for a long time before sighing, but she was stunned by seeing Senjujuma, and felt this guy seems funny. Brother, you said that if Kobayashi can quickly use his right hand and left hand instead of using helix pills, and do other things in the free time, is it possible to make progress in both directions? If he can make progress in both directions, then it means that Kobayashi can make progress. God speeds up his growth exponentially, which is also a good thing for him. Senju made a whistle and looked very happy. Don't talk nonsense here. If you really want to make good use of this free hand, it's better to concentrate on doing one thing: perfect swordsmanship, or the chakra energy produced by the combination of the left hand and the right hand. In the final result, just add a spiral pill or something else to make it more perfectly present a kind of energy. I believe that every tactic has its own uses. We can add to each other and use each other, and we will be able to achieve very good results. Please look forward to it. Why don't you give it a try? If you guess like this, it's better than the results of the experiment will convince you. Guessing is often just guessing and won't convince you. What do you think? Yuuki was stunned for a moment and couldn't understand what Senjuzuma was saying. When he fully understood what Senjuzuma was saying, he rushed up and hugged Senjuzuma for almost all his life. But he hugged Senjuzuma. I was taken aback. This stinky boy had a mental illness for no reason, but Yuzi knew in his heart that what his brother said just now was something he hadn't understood before, but now he was awakened by Senjuzuma, suddenly excited. He couldn't wait to hold the Senjuzuma into his arms, but felt wrong again, and quickly backed up 2 steps, smirked a few times, and then he didn't say a word over there. And the 3-star teacher was confused by their performance. Stupid, I don't know what they are doing. After a long time, he also reacted, and Kaiane Zuzujin knew that the big guy was not a fool, and what he said just now would make them understand a lot in an instant, like a wake-up call. The previous confusion was solved in an instant, and perhaps it was a great gain for them, but no matter what it was, if they really got the answer, it would be a great honor and an improvement for them. Brother, I heard you right. If Helix Pill really develops according to what you said, it will really surprise us. However, according to the current situation, it is just a way for Chakra's energy to condense, and the ninjutsu he releases is currently beyond our grasp. If you add something else, or add Chakra's nature change energy, wouldn't his power be even more amazing? This discovery is really terrible. No one has ever seen it before. I can't believe how you came up with it. I never thought about this possibility. Now that you brought it up, I suddenly felt very. Senju nodded, but looked at Yuzi with a surprised look, and found that Yuzi was really a godlike man. This man was really powerful. The talent is very strong. If you can draw different categories based on certain things in this world, then the things created by Yuuki have a certain uniqueness. To A-level ninjutsu, and an A-level ninjutsu that seems to be full of infinite possible energy, this kind of powerful ninjutsu, this terrible thing, Only this man will really surprise him, and look at it differently. Senju Zuma vowed that if it were not for what happened before, he would probably never know it, and his position would be so embarrassing. Even if he thought that he had learned it, he would never actually participate in it. One of them. But Yuki has never been influenced by himself. It still releases and shrinks its own energy, controlling the spiral pill fiercely. I even imagined adding a special thing to it, causing its nature to change and generating infinite energy. This is indeed a genius. I said, Yuki, you are really amazing. I never thought you could think of this. I didn't even think of it. I'm talking about your brother, but compared to you, the progress is very small. This age is really not a measure of a person's talents, but it is also a measure of a person's ultimate limitation. Do you think it is? Yuki just laughed, naturally knowing that there is something in his brother's words, but he didn't want to say anything. But the hand-handed post looked cute, as if he didn't know anything. Kobayashi, who seemed to understand or not, smiled, but his tone was slightly it's sarcastic. In his own eyes, Xiaolin is a child who doesn't understand anything, only a child who knows how to get angry and arrogant occasionally. But he knows that he's on the way to learning, and he can't solve it just by joking. Chapter 298. After practicing this trick for several hours, Xiaolin and Teacher 3 Stars, their entire arms were numb, and they were able to complete them. Kobayashi's fingers were swollen because of too much work, and he took a breath between the dry hand posts. He shook his head helplessly and bit his fingers. Then Psychic produced a small potfish that could heal the injury. Xiaolin and the 3 Stars are treated. After the treatment, they started to try again. This is the second stage. The dry hand column smiled and told them that at this stage, there is no need to be as nervous as before. In fact, Helix Pill has almost been finalized with their efforts. In the end, he only needs to continue to run the chakra in the body according to the current teaching method, and finally release Helix Pill successfully. Dry Hands Eugene raised his left hand gently while talking. Suddenly a blue whirlwind continued to form on the palm of his hand in 08. Slowly turning into a very transparent blue sphere with a strange brilliance. Seeing the chakra spinning in his hands, Kobayashi felt his heart throbbing, so he practiced with the hand-ring post. Yuki finally failed this time, but when he was going to continue to adjust for the second time, a spiral pill suddenly appeared, and the energy of the contraction around chakra appeared extremely strong in his palm. Ganshu Zuma is very envious of Yuki's talent. This kind of person is simply the existence of people and gods. Miss Sanxing and Kobayashi's mind slowly settled down, no longer like just now. They knew that no matter how hard they worked, they would not be able to compare with the perverted rest method and comprehension ability of Gansuma Zuma and Yuki. They can only proceed slowly according to the current practice, and continue to condense the collected chakra energy, and finally turn into a light. But this time, because there was no specific way to transfer chakra energy, it was very unreasonable for the two people to pull chakra during the transfer process. And once they didn't do it properly during the pulling process, they could easily hurt themselves. They all knew that Yuki stood aside and didn't blame them, but patiently watched them rehearse over and over again, and guided them behind him by the way. Sitting on the side of the dry hand post like a gay person drinking tea leisurely, and later felt bored and psychic, and came out with a small potfish to continue healing for himself. Some things in the body are gradually changing. In the process of mutation, I am unsure whether I have to get something like this for Xiaolin while healing his injuries. If the three of them form an invincible team, it is more or less a legend. Thinking of here, Shizujian smiled lightly. It seems that I have to find such an opportunity to give Xiaolin a smashing knife like this. Just work. If you didn't give him a lot of heart, it wouldn't be justified. The setting sun went down and the dust of the setting sun looked extraordinarily quiet. Everyone's face was bathed in the gentleness after dusk. Maybe this day has passed. Kobayashi took the lead in completing the specific operation method of the spiral pill, and finally perfected the cultivation of the 3 stars. Teacher followed closely behind them, ready to leave here. The dry hand post felt very boring, and he reached out his hand and patted the dust on his butt again and again. He thought to himself that if Naruto was practicing, he could also get his own help or get Zizi such a careful explanation. I believe that this kind of work will be done at the same time during this day, which is nothing to that child. However, it seems wrong to think about it again. Naruto's chakra, he is actually much worse than his current performance in the process of controlling, and it is even rank of rubbish. If Yuki really tells him the very detailed steps, he probably doesn't understand it either. After all, he is only a child. In any case, in the process of incomprehension, he still needs to find a way to let him quickly comprehend his own ideas and constantly improve himself in the process of comprehension. This is the end of today's practice. Now the spiral pill can be controlled freely in your 480 hands, which is also an improvement for you. I don't teach you much, so I think it lies in your own comprehension. Especially Yuki comprehension is really amazing, but if you add chakras with various attributes in the future, its changes will be particularly amazing. I need everyone to pay more attention. I thought about the other things, and suddenly remembered something. With a very serious expression, the Big Four have deliberately developed such a thing, but they want to tell us that this kind of thing depends on our own concentration to control it. According to the 4 generations of intelligence, how could they not think of these things, and the changes after adding complicated things to them? But if he had not done so, there were only 2 reasons. One of them is that before the blue sphere is completely stabilized, if you really forcibly add various chakras to make it change, it is indeed a bit embarrassing. Things that cannot be completed in an instant will require more time and may be more appropriate. Chapter 299 Naruto Disaster. Ganzaozu carefully explained several differences with everyone. In fact, they all knew in their hearts that the 4 generations of adults have always been world famous, and their speed is the most important. If only because of Helix Maru, its speed has been prolonged. So according to the formal combat style of the previous 4 generations, this is undoubtedly his burden, and once this burden starts, it will never end. Another reason is that the 4 generations of chakra have different attributes from others. Then there is only one problem that cannot be solved. For a ninja whose body recovery ability should be fairly good, if he rushes to add various mutations of attribute changes to the spiral pattern of his practice. For example, it is originally a water attribute, but what it releases to others is the attributes of fire. They should have felt about the spiral pattern driving chakra. The fastest speed of continuous and rapid rotation has reached the limit. Even the famous celebrity, his self-recovery ability has reached its peak. However, once after using it, Tsunade is still forbidden to use this kind of thing again, because they follow his speed. Once this kind of thing is used, it cannot be controlled. Once it loses control, it will be a disaster. Once it becomes a disaster, it will never be the end of the sprayer. Go on. Ganzaozu smiled, and suddenly walked over and tapped Yuki's forehead lightly, trying to tell Yuki something. Yuki naturally knew what Ganzaozu wanted to say, so he smiled. He didn't speak, just looked at the dry hand post. Obviously, there is envy and jealousy in my eyes, but I didn't hate you, because my brother's success is his own success, and his face is full of confidence when he tells himself this. This is something I have never seen before, but I also know that my brother is doing them for their good, and my brother has a clear conscience. My brother told you something. If you use one trick, you can instantly make yourself stronger. This is impossible with the spiral pill we practice now. No matter how it breaks the cowhide, it is just a grade ninjutsu energy. It is impossible for him to achieve higher things. If he is really added to various attributes, once he goes through various changes, he will eventually become a garbage-like thing. He will not be questioned by others. If he really cultivates to what we want, it will be even more difficult. So everyone must study hard and don't be slack. The current success is nothing but success in the future. I think everyone should know how powerful Helix Pill is after reaching the top level. We can never describe his 1% energy in words. That kind of thing is terrible. but the cultivation time is too long. I hope you have patience. Naturally, everyone knows what the hand-raying post is talking about, and the hand-raying post almost missed it, and the secret that shouldn't be said was almost revealed by herself, because we know that according to the current situation, a celebrity is nothing but it's just a kid who knows nothing but knows nothing. But what he almost says will cause trouble. He remembered that when he saw the original work of this anime movie, he knew the moment when celebrities were practicing wind and fire escape, and the moment when he used Helix Maru. He was so amazing that he can't forget it now. Helix Pill is a very top ninjutsu. It uses its own energy to destroy all parts of the human body, even the heart. Even if there are a few hearts, as long as the interference of Helix Pill is added, it will quickly cool down. There is no possibility. Redeem. Seeking flowers. But in this way, although it causes irreparable damage to others, it will also suffer a certain amount of damage, and once it is damaged, it cannot be repaired. Because of this, celebrities are repeatedly prohibited from using this kind of thing again. After this prohibition, the move was completely suspended and no progress was made. Yuzi was stunned for a moment when he thought of this. His brows frowned tightly, and his big eyes stared at the dry hand column without blinking. His eyes filled with doubt. He probably didn't know why people like celebrities would really stop such actions under the prohibition of others, but he also knew that if he changed to himself, he might persevere to the end. But no matter what, it doesn't make sense to insist now. Clear. But brother, it seems unreasonable for you to say that. I don't know whether the chakra attributes we currently use are good or bad. Should we move on or terminate this operation? Brother, you should tell us the truth. If we continue to do this, we can only wait to die. Stop talking nonsense. How could we wait to die? Chakras' attributes are determined according to their own attributes, rather than external requirements. You don't need to be eager to win for a while. This mentality is okay, but in action, we can't be so anxious and can't eat hot tofu. You don't understand why you still have to ask me about this. Also, remember that you must calm down in the future to achieve the results you want, otherwise you will only get upset and get angry. Yi. Chapter 300 Chakras Attributes. Senja Zazu felt helpless. Yuaki was full of chaotic thoughts, but the cuteness is also here, and I don't know what to say about him, so I tapped again gently. It feels funny to click on the other person's head. I'm telling you, don't think about the messy things. You say these are nonsense, such as, if we do this, we can only have one goal, and that is to make ourselves stronger. Only by being stronger can we defeat the enemy and protect the safety of our village. No matter how powerful the Xuan One is, it's nothing more than that. No matter what, we just need to master properly. It can reach S level 933. Once it reaches the Sleeville, its spiral pill will immediately emit infinite potential spells, plus our own chakra properties. After the changes, the effect is even more extraordinary. I am very looking forward to this change. Xeelin exclaimed from the side. Wow! Is it X? I can reach S grade. I really can't imagine it. There are times when I reach S grade, but it's all thanks to you. But I don't have much to myself. I always feel that I don't have such ability. I'm not like you are born geniuses. Kian is faster and faster than us. No matter what you do, even more powerful than us. So I can't compare with you. But I hope there is a chance to be with you. But such opportunities don't seem to be many. If it's like what you said, then I'm really so happy. I don't think I've been with you for nothing. And I'm not dragging you down. I'm afraid that it will drag you back. If it really drags you back, what should I do? Yuaki and Senju knew in their hearts that Kobayashi is a little inferior, but really a little inferior. There is no need to underestimate yourself too much in this kind of thing. Learn. It is indeed an infinite performance. But if it can't be achieved, there is no need to demand too much of such a thing. There is no way to force it. Many people are doing the same thing. Some people are much faster than others, part of it depends on him. Another part of his intelligence depends on his talent. And X's lack of talent can only look at fate. If fate is not given, how can you force it? Can't get it. Seeing Xiaolin's appearance, the big guy looked at each other and smiled and didn't say anything. Maybe only in this way can he feel his own existence. In the end, everyone has decided to give up the opportunity like Helix Pill first. No, can be too forceful. As Yuki once said, what Senju Junma said, 4 generations have practiced. This kind of spell missed a lot of opportunities, and even gave up this opportunity, knowing that it was impossible. And the abilities of a few of them are not as good as the 4 generations of adults. If they continue to do so, they may be a lot of time wasted. While wasting time, if you encounter an enemy, they will be caught in seconds. Kill for them. The gain is not worth the loss, and then the 3-star teacher will be the enemy. The impression of is just an illusion, but Yuki and the others have completely controlling at the level of Kobayashi did not deepen it. Several people matched each other and worked out a set. So far it is the most suitable for them and the most a decent set of tricks. Only in this way can we be intimate with each other when encountering enemies. Cooperate and make the most correct plan. It is also possible to defeat the enemy in one round, although this is difficult. But they know that even if they also have to face difficulties. The 3-star teacher played the role of the enemy vividly and spared no effort to deal with it. A few of them, but Senzu's Eugene felt very bored and released the crow art. It took a while to see where teacher 3 stars is hiding. It's really bullying. Yes, this group of bear kids don't even save a bit of face for themselves. They find themselves easily. Where's hiding? Obviously he didn't regard himself as a teacher, but he was helpless. The abilities of this group of students are much higher than their own. If you want to embarrass them, it is really a bit embarrassed. But the 3 stars teacher is also very proud. Seeing that the students progress so fast, and Yuki and Senjujuma just taught themselves again, in his heart, he was very grateful to these students for such tricks. Working hard together, everyone is a teacher, so why bother to make a ugly man? As long as you can learn, you can make progress together. Anything is fine, but the teacher let go. But in the next few days after 1.9, the 3-star teacher is really complaining. No matter where he is hiding, they will find out every day. Moreover, the cooperation of several people does not seem to be as sloppy as expected. Procrastinating made myself very unhappy. Now they have something more from the 3 generations of uncles, although they are not very advanced ninjutsu. But if these things are blended into it, it would be fine. But 3 stars old. The teacher suddenly doubted life. Really? Are you sure? What you use is really only Bleeville ninjutsu? How is it possible?